I'm not worried about it. The stop loss is pretty tight, so it's okay if it licks it. Or are we still in this like, yeah, bullish pattern going up?
Um,
So far, yes, right? Because of Bitcoin.
yeah, I mean, if this breaks the 200, it's probably gonna. I mean, the 800 is probably gonna keep going here. Gonna depend on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's gonna come back and consolidate, build some sell pressure above, and then try to make another push. Sol has a decent amount of shorts above already, and just kind of needs to wait for Bitcoin. excuse me, to make that move.
Okay.
So if Bitcoin pushes up today, yeah, you might be in some danger of Sol going with it if you're in a short. Not really
Yeah,
any
yeah.
vectors here to
I'm just
speak
sticking
of.
to it until I get
So
like, yeah. My SL is at 157.55, right above the
yeah,
right
just keep a
above.
tight stop.
It's it.
Would be
Yeah,
my
keep it tight. Yes, sir. Because when I inverted it, it looks like one of our, like retest chart when it does its retest and then kind of reaches up. Hmm.
When was the last like kind of crypto wide catalyst for going up?
Trump's inaugurate. I mean
What was the
Trump's
last thing?
election.
Yeah, yeah, true. Yeah, that's probably been the strongest in recent history.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say the Bitcoin ETH pairing. I was like, that's something we've been watching for a while, but I don't know.
But like fundamental, I guess the Bitcoin strategic reserve talks.
I don't dig
Kind of
deep enough
progress.
in. I don't dig deep enough into there. Dbloc's always been so good on all those things that were coming up when they came out, when it was happening. Like he's been looking at those things for years, and it's like the depths and detail on all the things that were like coming out at the times. It's so impressive. That would be the man to
Yeah.
ask about those types of things.
Yeah, calendar based things and
Dbloc.
Thanks
Hey,
for
look,
almost
take a look
those
at the
masterful
USDT
utters.
dominance.
Blue heart
I'm so
emojis.
sorry, but I apologize. He said, "What were
Yeah,
you saying?
Joe.
Dominance? Dominance?"
yeah,
Joe,
USDT dominance.
Yeah, let me take a look.
have you been to sleep yet, Joe? You're too
It's looking good.
too
We
dialed
wanted to
in.
hold. We wanted to hold this bearish channel for sure. Oh man, it'd be nice if this came down and broke. Really need this.
Oh, like a bear flag. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we really need Bitcoin. I mean,
Yeah.
other dominance to take a dump for us.
Have you guys like pulled an all nighter, or you just like you haven't been to
I am
sleep
on
yet,
the way to
or
bed right now. I was just waiting for that
I
last
see.
measured move to hit.
I'm I'm not rushing you. Do
No,
what you
no,
want.
I'm
I'm
definitely
just
going to bed.
asking.
I'm exhausted. I was
Uh,
right on the way. All right, guys, trade safe. We're looking
all
for
right.
retracements, hopefully to at the very most the top of this range. All right, if we can get retracement to the top of this range and pull away, then make a nice concerted effort for the rest of this day. The
Yeah.
false move Mondays usually lock in Monday night, which means that this move up, even though we did it early, still has about a 24-hour expiration date on it. So I'm expecting 24 hours of bullishness after a bit of a slight retracement here. Might actually just leave some orders at 106.
See what kind of catalysts like come out of the woodwork on Monday.
Okay.
You never know what's going to hit the news.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get some sleep. Catch you guys tomorrow.
See you, man.
Later, Dbloc. Trump's in Canada right now. He just landed. He landed like maybe like an hour ago for this G7 pre-summit. So he's gonna be
Oh
meeting.
yeah, the G7.
He's gonna be meeting the Prime Minister of Canada, Kearney or something. Kearney.
Oh yeah. So was it Trudeau was the previous guy? Can't even
Yeah,
remember,
yeah.
man.
They have a new guy.
Or is that France? I don't even
No,
know.
no, Trudeau was the old Prime Minister. Now it's Kearney. I think his name is Kearney. I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm so out of touch with who the world leaders are, other than the ones that have been in the immediate circuit, you know.
So
Yeah,
there might be
Macron
some
was the
trade.
guy who got
trade
slapped by
talks.
his wife. So Macron's the
Dude,
French guy.
Oh,
you
Macron,
know,
yeah, Macron, the French Prime Minister or President.
you know how you were talking about like crypto related news? I think these ETFs, if and when they get approved, I think that would be like a big catalyst. Like there have been talks about ETF summer. You know how there's like DeFi summer? It's gonna be like ETF
Yeah.
summer with crypto with like hopefully like Solana, Litecoin, maybe XRP kicking it off. Maybe it's just Solana and Litecoin, honestly.
Oh,
And
the,
then
the
Solana-
applications are there already. Decision by the SEC will be granted in September, October. It will be XRP, Solana, SUI, Litecoin.
oh no, they've pushed it up. They've pushed those
and
dates up.
Doge.
They've
Yeah,
pushed
they
those
pushed
dates
it
up like significantly. Like I think the last one was 3 to 4 weeks was most likely for Solana and Litecoin, followed by XRP and something else. But yeah, that's like 4 weeks. So we're in June, so that could be July. In July, maybe middle of July, end of July.
Yeah, my short looking good. Let's go.
I'm
Good
just
start.
trolling. I'm trying to find all the headlines that have like come out in the last 6 hours. See if there's any major developments. Nothing too crazy, like nothing out of the ordinary. It's all just like typical kind of headlines.
When Emad's not short, I know, feel confident shorting. He's like,
But I'm
you're
not.
you're the short.
I am.
Yeah.
I am short.
Oh, you're short? Was you Bitcoin?
Yeah. Yeah. 107,145.
Yeah, he's my short guy. When I hear him, like, okay, I'm starting my short. Okay, that's my sign.
Emad shorts.
Yep.
No, I'd long, but nobody cares.
We wait for your shorts, bro. That's what we've been
No
doing.
one cares how come nobody cares when I long?
Bro,
I care.
when I invert the chart, this new thing that I'm doing, like how Dbloc does it, is just magic, man. I'm shorting Soul right now. It just looks so good. It's like longing something, but I just have to make sure I press the right button.
I was long at 104, 100.
When did you close your long?
Oh man, a little early. I could have go up.
Sometimes the best and
I
latest crypto news is the
but
candles themselves. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm trying to remember when I closed that. I had to go up.
I closed mine
Forgot.
early too. I was
It
gonna
was
ask
a
like, how do you hold
little
through the
early.
volatility?
Profit's profit, yo.
I know when I closed right before the full recovery.
I made a mistake. I closed my fart and Popcat longs early. Closed it before I slept because I got scared. I should have just left it.
106.
I've had so many good entries over the weekend that they've closed. I would have been up like thousands if I didn't close all my trades.
Kel, you pointed out a
106.
really good falling wedge on Fartcoin, and that thing played so well. That would have been an amazing trade. I didn't take it because I was already in position with things, but
I think when
that
I saw how
thing.
much I made already, I was like, when I saw the percentages, the PNLs, I was like, okay, I'm good for the day. You know, you don't want to overtrade it. Like, I'm good for the day. I want to bed first.
I entered it and then like closed. Oh my god. I think I left it at like $1.03. And then I
Conservative
went to
targets.
$1.50.
That's pretty good, man.
Oh, let me check
Yeah,
my
a win's a
email. It'll
win.
tell me.
And I think I got in at 98 cents in my first entry. Like I could have just oh man. You're a swing
Yeah,
trader. Oh, my crazy dog. You're primarily a swing trader, Rick, right?
yeah. Although my things have been like a bit more macro, like longer term, you know. But I do like this. I do want to shift toward more like intra week swings and dial into that more closely because there's just I don't know. Lately, there's been like a lot of opportunities that do happen on the intra week. You know, inside of a week. I've been
God, I don't
doing
even.
more like monthly stuff, which is I don't know. Like this bull market has been very round trippy. Like it'll go
Oh yeah.
highs, but then it'll go back to the entries. Like if you're playing a lot longer, so it's been a bit more punishing to the longer swings. But if you're more dialed in, like intra, like things that happen inside of a week or inside a couple of days, yeah, that has been more profitable, I think, to be trading.
You
Just
hold
because of the range, it's been
leverage
range
trades
bound.
for like a whole month.
Yeah, because they're low leverage. I wouldn't hold like I don't tend to go anything higher than 5x. It's just not my style.
Yeah,
I
like when we
stick
were
to
at 74, 76, my longs from there are still open.
Mm,
So they're low leverage.
yeah, yeah.
Like
Yeah,
but
like if I'm feeling
the margin
confident,
is
I'll go
bigger, yeah.
5. I'll go 3x,
I
5x if I'm
yeah,
feeling
I
really
was
confident.
pretty confident on the 76. So I went 20x on BTC, Soul Sui, and ETH. Just long them and then took profit and took big chunk at all time high. But when I do these intraday trades, it's a little more degen on the leverage.
Mm.
Smaller margins though. Oh, my short's
It'd
playing
be
out. Oh
fun.
my god, I love it. Emad, when I hear his voice, it's like, oh, is it time to short?
Sure, I'm just looking at the chart on the screen.
No, I'm just playing with you. It's just that every time me and you start talking, we always find these shorts in the market. It's it's a good place to start a correction. And Dbloc was right. Like 106 is a great place for a bounce. We do need to rest. I mean, like 1 hour is up
Yeah.
there. The 4 hour
Locally
is up there. The one
locally
day,
speaking, Bitcoin is marked up. Like locally speaking, man, it is at a premium right now.
yeah.
$107,000 is pretty premium. Yeah.
Oh, so I'm
Not
on
saying
charts.
it can't go higher, but yeah.
I am from now on. I am now gonna invert my charts when I short. This is so fun. Yeah, this just proves I'm such
It
a
helps.
I'm bullish. I'm always bullish. I'm a better bull trader than I am like shorting. So like
You
when I
prefer to
look
see things
Rick,
go up and to the right? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
would.
what's
Yeah,
the
I'm the
what's the
same.
shortest trade you've taken this year, Rick?
Ooh, I've done some short ones, like as well. Don't get me wrong. Like I've been in trades that go for like 5 minutes or like less. Yeah, I've done some scalps. But yeah, it really depends. The longest trade that I was ever in was probably on Bitcoin in 2022. I got in at around 24,000. This was prior to FTX collapse. And it was like a 10x long that went underwater and I deleveraged it. So I added margin, like I was working at a job and I was just feeding them. I was feeding the margin to reduce my leverage. I was like de-levering, de-risking. And I was doing that for like 6 months straight. And then finally the market turned around and I came up into profit. I should have just kept that trade going though. That would have been great. Been very nice.
How do you keep it going like the intraday? Like how do you stay in through the volatility? Like the 2-day, 3-day
Oh,
trade or something?
I follow Dbloc's targets, and once you
Yeah,
follow, it kind of gives you a lot of confidence. But I think, well, I don't go to sleep until I get my initials out. Like when I find
I
my
think
TP and initials out, that's really important. Then you can
start at
really
low leverage. That's something that will keep you from getting scared. Because
yeah,
if
that's
you're at
actually
high
the best
leverage, like yeah,
instead
the
of trying
fear
to
is
achieve
so easy.
instead of trying to achieve a high PNL, try to achieve D block's target. Like if he says like his target is at that price, try doing a long at like 3x. And the purpose is that so your brain just realizes, oh, it's actually possible for me to hold a trade for 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, try
I
doing that.
longed
Like try taking $10 and just put it on a long based on a target that you agree on based on your confluences plus D block's confluences, and you go like, oh yeah, that's a great target, and then put the long on, and instead of your, because sometimes our PNL is what we have in our head, and that's why cut our trade short. So instead of the PNL, try doing the target but low leverage. Then when you're used to it, you just like kind of increase the leverage a little more.
That's a good idea. I longed
Because
Stewie
that was
at
my
288 on Saturday, and it was so hard for me. But I stayed in it by watching D-Block's targets, but I wanted to bail so
exact
many
right,
times.
right, right.
And I
Be
mean, I could
target
have
driven
just
instead
stayed in
of
that I could be in that trade still, like right now, like 288. But I was like, oh, it's gonna go back down. But
yeah.
it
No,
might not go back.
I'm short on Sui right now. Sui, so I started a short on ETH at 26
Yo,
2
when you got in at
28.
288, did you have your stop loss like right, just like at break even?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
After
just
it got
let me
above,
ride.
I put my stop loss at break even, and then I just like kept watching it, like wanting to close it for like the rest of the night. And then I think when D-Block said he was taking his profit, like I was ready to close it like multiple times. And then I kept hearing him say he's like, it's not done yet. And I was like, "Ah, okay. And so I made it up to I closed it at 298.
Let's go.
And now Sui is at $3.10.
Yep. Looking for a bounce at like 305. I'm checking the 50 first. Now let's see how far it goes. Emad, what else are you shorting? Do you have one of those? What I like about Emad shorts, he has this knack for looking for these coins that go up like 150%. And he
I've
shorts.
been searching for those, but I haven't been able to find any lately.
Man, I swear those trades are great. Except for that last one, that white coin.
Yeah, they tried me, but
Yeah,
they still didn't get me.
yeah, that was funny. He was on 1x, guys, and the guys on the coins chased him at like 99%.
It was
Almost.
hilarious and still didn't get me.
Yeah.
I got
Heard that
out and
coin
I
does
didn't
pretty
lose
well.
anything. But that's crazy how they chased a 1% short all the way up. All the way back down and then got out. Hilarious. It's all right. No, but if I see one, I'll let you know. I haven't seen anything lately.
Play with these shorts right now.
I got out of my bit. I looked. I got out of my out of my Bitcoin long at 105,900 and something from 104. So it wasn't much. And then I hit the sidelines and I got short at 107,145, and that's where I'm at now. So basically, I was pessimistic. I didn't think we were going to go past the full recovery, even though I knew it was a chance it could. That's why my stop loss. Actually, I did enter a short right after that, but my stop losses was at 106,100. They got me up out of that.
You've made like almost like every swing this weekend though, man, haven't you? It sounds like it.
Yeah, I'm nailing like every one almost. And if I'm wrong, I barely lose anything so far, or nothing, or lose nothing. So here I go again. The question is, do I get out at 106, or do I get greedy and try to push the bar and come back down to
hedge.
like that?
You can hedge.
Yeah.
Or you can take your initials out of 106, and then
nah.
And there.
I want it all. I want it all. What I'll do, I'll just put my stop loss in the profit, and if they want to come get that, then I'll be done.
Have you seen how up pre-market is on the
about to
S&P
fall on the
500?
waterfall? Here we go. I've been waiting for this fall all day.
S&P 500 pre-market is up really nice.
Like how up? Still focused on tech?
It's like
yeah,
it's really nicely up. Yep.
Well, you know how they do. They start up in the beginning of the day and then they come down.
Yeah, they're up 0.5% in pre-market from the close of Friday. Yeah, that's right. It can do that a lot of the time.
Palantir is way up. Yeah, my Palantir is at 137 now. I'm so happy. I'm a sub. My average is still sub 100. I'm so happy. Okay. Man, if crypto trading was this chill, trading stocks is so easy, bro.
That's the thing. It's a variable thing, like crypto and even stocks. Things vary.
But yeah, I mean, it's something you can literally sleep on. Like you could just like, okay, I know where this is going, and your confidence level is just ridiculous. Also, when you're in stocks, because when you're used to the volatility that we get here in crypto, and you go into stocks and you go like, okay, here's my TA, and then you realize like everything that you put on the chart in terms of TA is like, oh, it's working out.
Yeah, you find that stocks is a bit more TA friendly than crypto.
Yes. If you trade it the right way, if you want to do scalps, I don't recommend scalping stocks. But like for these like swing trades, just it's almost therapeutic to be in something that just continually like just follows your TA.
I want to learn options eventually.
Yeah, do you know how to do options? I wish we have a class like just like for an hour or two, like our options experts here, they just do a little workshop because I want to learn also. Like I understand the concept, but I don't know how to make sure I make money out of it.
Maybe Eman. I feel like if anyone knows Eman.
I don't mess with stocks much.
No, I mean, options. Crypto options.
Oh, crypto options? I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I just do perpetual.
ETH options, BTC option, yeah, options trading.
There is a there Maynard. There's one TA guy that Dbloc recommends. He's like he says he's the only TA guy he'll recommend. What is his name? I was just watching him today. He's so good. He has a million video. Rainer Tiao. He has a
What was
video on like
What's the name?
everything. Rayner T. And the last name is Teo. He's really
Teo.
funny.
Yeah. Rainier Teo. Yeah.
That guy knows like everything. I feel weird like I don't mention in another YouTube, but I heard about him from Dbloc, and he said he's the only person he'll recommend to people to learn TA. But he knows, it seems like he knows Forex. Like, it seems like this guy knows everything. Like, it seems, so I wouldn't be surprised if he has an options video.
Somebody bought 90 Bitcoins. See what that does.
It's a lot of
Tell him not to
Bitcoin.
do that. Tell him not to do that. He's messing up my short.
What a maniac.
Nah. Yeah, we need to go down. Don't worry. I'm not worried. Let's go.
No, me neither. Not really. I just rather not come near my stop loss.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to. I'm not even gonna look at my charts. I just put my SL at like 1% now. I'm gonna put it on.
I'm at
entry.
100. I'm at 107,300.
I'm putting it on entry now.
I entered at 107, 145. Like they come to 300, I'm up out of here.
Yep.
I'm gonna give them
Same,
that.
same. I don't mind. I don't mind not making any money on this trade.
I'll take a tiny loss.
Same. I'll just take fees as a loss.
At this point here, I don't want to put it at entry. I'll take a tiny loss.
Oh, on Bitcoin? Yeah. No, I'm talking about like Solana and Sway.
Now, if I had it at 107, 200,
there we go. Come on, dive down. Fall.
Good. Dive.
Yeah,
Lad.
Solana is a very good coin in short because look how far it went. So it's
I should have went over there.
Yeah, it has one of the better distances in terms of the MAs.
Dang it. I'm going to try that next. This is kind of... There we go. Somebody sold 17 Bitcoins. Who's next?
Who here puts toppings on their bananas? No, did he?
No.
Like peanut butter on it. Like I like putting peanut butter on
I like to freeze bananas and put them in a food processor with vanilla extract and walnuts.
Yep.
And
I do that.
It tastes like ice cream.
It becomes ice cream.
I do it with
bananas.
It just tastes like ice cream.
Yeah.
It's like the same consistency.
Oh,
yeah, because they're ice. They're ice.
Yeah, you gotta peel the banana and then freeze it, and then put it in a food processor. You don't need nuts, but it tastes good with it. Like chopped walnuts. Well, I guess you don't have to chop them because the food processor does.
Put some Oreos.
And yeah, you can put it whatever you want. I was doing it to like, I did to like be healthier, but you can.
Why did it make you laugh? You were trying for the healthy option. I just went for Oreos. I want Oreos in my ice cream.
And the sweeter, like the riper the banana, the sweeter it'll taste. If you want it to be sweeter. And then adding some vanilla extract helps, dude, for the flavor.
No, the vanilla part.
Well, after you just really like bananas and you want to add some Oreos, and I'm sure that'll be good.
Freeze it up. So I freeze the banana. I peel it first, then freeze it, right? Then put it on the food processor after, and it becomes like ice cream.
It's like the same consistency as ice cream.
Put them in your
Yeah, it tastes like
Cheerios.
ice cream.
Put them in
Cheerios.
Yeah, I put bananas in my Cheerios.
It's
Good.
really good though. It tastes really. I don't know how I ended up doing that.
Or cereal
But yeah, you
milk.
gotta peel. You definitely gotta peel the banana first. You can't like peel a frozen banana.
Oh, for sure, for sure. So like cereal milk will be a good addition. Vanilla and cereal milk. You know cereal milk?
You want to add cereal milk?
Cereal milk. Like you know the leftover milk when you put in like
Yeah.
Cheerios or Lucky
My God,
Charms.
how much milk do you put?
Huh? You know, I've never
You must have a
perfected
lot
that
of
skill.
milk in there.
I have never perfected that skill. It's either I turn up like, oh, I have way too much cereal and put some more milk, then I end up with too much milk and there's like always leftover milk. And I have to drink that stuff. But it's good.
Tomorrow I'm
Oh,
gonna do
hey,
frozen
Ernest. Some
apples.
guy just said he dropped a good options 101 playlist in general chat and Discord.
General? I'll check it out.
Yeah. He put it, he said it, he wrote it in the live chat.
Wait,
The YouTube chat.
Wait a minute. You better not lick my stop loss. Wait, I'm moving my stop loss. I know what this
Yeah.
the most dangerous market makers in the market is actually from ETH. ETH has some wicked market makers, man. Like just evil, just straight up mean.
Yeah, that's why I put my stop a little higher than my entry. I'm not doing me like that.
Moving my stop losses a bit. Yeah,
Give a crap about a couple. You could have your couple bucks.
Yeah, the banana ice cream kind of distracted me.
I do frozen strawberries with it and the bananas.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I have
Put
some
some
frozen
milk in
strawberries.
it.
Mmm.
And then a little honey.
Mmm.
Blend that up.
Have you tried eating like wild honey, like just straight up from the box? Just take that little like the entire that entire chunk and just eat it. It's so good.
Yeah, it's
So
just I just buy the raw
great boost of energy. Yeah, raw,
organic.
man.
I get them over here for like $5 each for the 24-ounce. That's probably cheap, isn't
What
it?
is going on?
They go out, try us. We'll go either get out or win, one of the two.
There you go.
I don't
Keep
know.
going down.
That's what I'm seeing. That's fine. You want to get me out, then I'll go to sleep.
Nah,
I'm definitely not
I think we're being faked out. We gotta chill. We got our stop losses. We're good.
Yeah, because I'm not going to
What do
go
you like
long.
more? What do you like more, sunflower seeds or watermelon seeds?
You eat the watermelon seeds. You just eat them with the watermelon. I don't buy them to eat them.
You do that? You eat the seeds? Like when you eat a watermelon, you just eat everything?
Well,
That's
your
crazy.
watermelon seeds, are yours black? Ours are like these little
black.
white ones.
Black.
Oh, well, mine's aren't.
Ones
They're
that
the
dry
ones over here. I've been getting this little white seeds. Maybe it's GMO or something. They're
Oh,
like
so they
little
don't have
white.
that shell anymore?
They don't.
So
The
it's just
ones I've been buying don't have those black seeds in them. They got these little white thin
Oh.
things in there.
Oh wow, I've never had that
Probably
before.
they're probably GMO. So I eat them. Screw it. You don't even notice they're there. But I know that I haven't seen the black ones in a minute. Those are probably harder, huh? So you got to spit them out. Although I've never heard of watermelon seeds for sale to eat. Is that
Yeah,
a
I've always
thing?
wanted to like find a watermelon without all those seeds. You could just like blindlessly just smash your face because it's one of my favorite fruits, right? Watermelon's a
Oh
fruit,
well,
right? It's a fruit.
that's
Yeah, it is a
the
fruit.
only way we get it over here, as of now. Although I have seen organic ones, they are little. Over here, we got these giants.
How big are the watermelons there?
Man, these things are like long basketballs.
Like a basketball?
They're like
Okay, yeah,
they're
that's a
like
decent
they're
size.
like they're like blimps, like basketball size blimps. You just take that
Like someone
thing.
in chat said that watermelons is actually a kind of squash. That's crazy.
Mm,
This guys might be pulling my leg. It's kind of squash. No way.
where am I at?
I like these hours on Cypher. It is like when everybody starts talking about food.
What time
This is
is
like
it? I gotta go lay down.
you gotta go lay down. Nah, you're sure it's gonna be good.
3:42.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm
Yeah.
about to sleep on it. Worst come to worst, they get me out.
Yeah, dude. All good.
Debating if I want to put my take profit at 106. Not much. It's like a better move than that. But if we're bullish, that's not a good idea to think that it's gonna come into that box, that weekend trap, because I guess that's done. So then that should be support at the supply. Hmm. How long are you looking to keep your short?
106 is my first stop. Since I'm awake, it's daytime here, so I'll be 106. But I'll be watching my alts also because I shorted them. But 106 will be my first stop. At 106, I might take my. You're right. I might take like more than half out. Like maybe take 60% out.
Mm,
It's a short and a bullish market. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to be the
well,
trade we're supposed to be in. So
mm,
once if it goes down, it goes down. Fine. But if I find engulfing candle, I'm gonna take everything out. You're right. Like if we
yeah,
find like a reason to pull out, let's put out everything. I'm not. I don't want to
that's what I'm
hedge.
about to do. That's
Yeah,
what I'm about to
just take
do.
the bill. Take the dry
Take
powder and put it
profit.
on a long. You know?
I'm just taking it all. Let me
Yeah.
see.
Take
106 if I can get there. Let me
but front
see.
run it, okay? Because you know how these whales play, right? Don't put it exactly on 106 because this 800 is gonna start moving upwards. The
106.
50 is
Yeah,
gonna
I
start
got.
moving. Put
I
it at
already
like
had it in.
106, 140.
Oh, I have it at 106.23. 106.023.
I think I'm gonna take a look at the chart again at 106, 150, just to be
Oh, a
sure.
little higher, huh?
Yeah, because the 50 MA is climbing up pretty hard.
Mm. All right, I'll edit it. Let's do that. Damn, it's not a big trade. I'm not making that much.
That's fine.
Better than
Supposed-
nothing. Let's see.
Yeah, we're supposed to be in longs anyways.
Uh,
So,
yeah,
but
I
my
know,
mega
but I
longs are
finished that
stable
already.
now.
Yeah, I got
Oh,
spot on touching it.
I just looked
Let's
at
see.
my mega longs on Bitcoin. I just saw my realize. I'm going like, ouch. I've been paying fees. I've already paid like $1,000 worth of fees over the past 2 months
Damn,
since 76K.
they're they're big then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those are where my bigger margins are played.
get it. See. 106. I don't know. Then I need to open a trade too. I think where I want to go long at. Probably right there, I guess. Debating because I'm going to be asleep. Yeah, might as well set a limit order to buy.
Yeah.
Let's see, open long at 106. 106. 106.
106, 150. Get careful though. Your 50, like 50 MA is there. It does look like it's going down, but like the 100 is gonna cross the 800. I mean, it's gonna get really bullish really fast today.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go. Let me see where my liquidation would be. 100 and 101,000. That's too close. Dead down. Let's try this. Liquidation. No liquidation. No, I don't need to do that. It's not risky enough. Liquidation 87,000. Yeah, it's kind of small. I don't think I'll see that. Give me more. How about this? Liquidation 100,000. That's too close. Let's try here. Liquidation 96,000. That's too close. We could see 97 possibly. Something crazy happens. How about this? Liquidation 93,000. Now I like that. I think I'll go for that. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds good.
93.
Oh,
400x.
Yeah, I'm watching.
So you are going short?
I'm already short. I'm gonna go long later though. My short might be getting stopped out.
I don't think we have enough power to move up. We need to get the liquidations above.
Open.
I hope you're right. There we go. Woo! That was close.
What are we at? 100. They got to come to 107,300 to get me. So I'm cool. I am playing that. Did you come close?
Risky trader.
Thank God. All right. So okay, our call was good. Yeah, I think just like Bitcoin's kind of just reaching for those trying to trying to lick some SLs up here.
I mean, there's really no 100x's right here on the 15-minute chart. Those are like some purple 20s or something. I mean, really? The 100x's are right under us. There's a real greedy guy right here that's long 100x at 106,400 and 106,500. And then look at Dbloc's chart, 106,200 and 6,100. And then there's a whole party at 105,200
Yeah,
range.
105. A lot of people really kind of came in. Ah, come on, Bitcoin, stop doing that. Oh, wait.
Yeah, and then they got. I mean, there's this guy over here though. I didn't see at 108,000. No, 107,000. What is that? 600 and then 650. There's two of them right there. It might want to get rid of them. Well, if it does that, then I'm done. It's gonna sit in spot and go to bed. Trading's done for the day. Back to 107,100 now. Okay. I'll go ahead and come to 3 and that can be done. Don't do it though. And I'm not moving my liquidation. I'm not moving my stop up no higher. I don't give a damn. For all I know, they might want to short squeeze this thing up to 108. Who knows? 109. Who knows? WPAT target 109. That's in play. So you know, possibly. But I don't feel bad going short here. Let's see, hopefully they just. I mean, there's really. What's this guy doing right here? 107,200. What is that? Can't see what that is. Yeah, 107,200. He's right there.
Ah, sige pa,
We
sige
might
pa.
have.
Apa, sige pa. Ay,
We might
buksan
have to
na.
get. We might have to get rid of 107,200 shorted. Yeah, looks like we're going to. I'm cutting it close here, but I'm good with it. I done pretty good. I'll call it on that. $107,500. I would consider re-entering.
Yeah.
Have you thought of what's your game plan if you get stopped out?
No, I'm already stopped out on Bitcoin.
Oh, damn.
On Bitcoin, I'm stopped out, but yeah, it's no biggie. But on my alts, my shorts are still good.
What do you think on Bitcoin? You think it'd be worth trying to re-enter somewhere up there?
I don't know, man. This market,
Well,
you know, it's a bullish market. We're to be honest, we're just bored. We're just looking for a
yeah.
short. It's a bullish market. We're not supposed to short this kind of market, to be honest. But like Soul just like deserves to be shorted.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, there's the price is kind of high.
Yeah. And we'll see. At the end of the day, Bitcoin makes the rules.
Yeah.
Alts don't matter just yet.
Well, it wicked up to 107,200. Let's see if they got to beat that. Or
Yeah, let's see if it
looks
makes a
like
new
they.
high. If it makes a new high, then we're gonna have to look
Yep.
for a new place to short.
Yep. You'll see how much
Here we go.
down. I'm gonna lose just a tiny. I'm only down $5. $4 now.
Yeah, I lost like $2.
Well,
I lost. Yeah, I lost. Oh wait, my fees. So realize is about $4.
yeah, the fees will be on it. I don't care. It's nothing.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go to bed if they get me out. I'm gonna wait until then.
Yeah, I'm gonna make some coffee. See you later, buddy.
All right, bro.
Good morning, BJ.
Hi, good morning. So I'm still finishing here on this ETH, but I can talk you what I'm doing. So just a second, I gotta get rid of that one. All right. So the pattern, for right now is pretty much that we're gonna retest. But there is the possibility that we hold this uptrend. And so I'm working out the parameters for that so that you can see what has to be achieved so that we aren't going to fall here below 25.89. Okay, so on a 5-minute, let me just show you what I mean. So see how this ellipse
Yes.
follows behind. Okay, so when you go further to like the 30-minute, that is a dip. So if price isn't up above here and on this ankle up here, then we're gonna fall underneath towards the 50 EMA. Like this. See, because you have your rise like this. So our nose is here and see our 800 is here. So these are our circles, all right? So this ring in orange would be our lower one. So when I go to look, all right, so see how this dip is right here? If we can maintain this angle and price stays to the left and pops up this way, it stays to this edge, then we're good. And then it would have to not surpass this half. So we would need to climb up through these rings towards the top, right? And pop out this way. So if I go back to like the 5-minute, you'll see what I'm saying. Here's our ribbon, here's our 50 EMA, and see how the 50 EMA is above this angle, and this is our bottom. We worked this out yesterday, and I put these lines up here like this, and so now here's our 5 EMA is pretty much right in line. They're kissing each other here, the 5 and the 13, and
Yeah,
when that price pops up here, right? Go ahead, say it again.
There's a chance that this 5 EMA is going down a little bit.
It is, yeah, it's coming down a little, but it's following price. However, it's not collapsing. They're meeting right here. So if price pushes up, and see, here's the border of the orange ring. Here's the middle, and here's the green edge. If price can come up here and cross this green edge across this angle that is across the back, right? Then up here, then we escape that downtrend because we need this 50 EMA to keep across this bridge, and the higher we go, the better. So if you see on the 15-minute, same thing. See, we want to avoid this hole here straight down. So again, if I'm outside of that angle by that time, then I'm going to avoid that dip because our price is going to be up above over here. So that's what the timing I'm trying to work out now. So this is the gap that we're trying to avoid coming to. So
yeah, so as I saw, there are so many liquidation zones above, below 25.50, I think, or 25.80.
yep.
So I think there is a more little chance to go there, but there is a chance. So
There is a chance. So that's right. So if if you're in a trade from here and you're deciding, okay, do I want to take some profit now? Do I want to, reposition? That this is the reason why you want to know all this. Or if you're looking for a short entry, you might want to wait to see if we cross that line, that kind of thing. So we're at a juncture here. So then go to your daily. And on the daily though, okay, so the candles here. And so we're at the top of this candle for today. And here's our angular lines that we want to stay above. And then here's future, right? This space over here beside this line would be our future candle. That would fit in this space. So in other words, if by the end of the day our candle is filled upward, right, and we get past 26, what is that, 66? So we got this number this morning, and we got to 26.25, I would think. I forget what right here. I don't know where's the wick here. Well, anyway, we crossed this line. And then yesterday, you know how we talked about this arc. Today, we want to fill this candle upward and continue on this angle. So we want our candle to open above this green line here and above this yellow line so that we continue moving forward and up versus coming down to retest that 50, giving time for this to move through here without sinking down below. But that, it's still possible that price wicks comes all the way down through here to the 23. So
yeah, right, understand. And I can adapt that now, as usual, our boss in our group, which is a multimillionaire, but anyway, tells us that there is a gap, like 2-3 hours a gap, then the price can retest right now. Before your powerful institution America comes to the market.
it's possible to come up and reach even 28, and this target here is 29.85. It's possible. 28.
Right. This manipulation with the war. I'm just 60% expecting this.
It's possible to come all the way up there. Yep. It's possible to even have a real bullish move and reach 29. Let me see if it's possible today. I mean, of course it is, but 29.85 right here.
Yeah, maybe in 1 hour or two.
28.21. 28.21 might be the top. I mean, that would be a heavy lift. Equilibrium is at 27.42. So we might be able to touch this resistant angular on the daily. That's 27.69. So let's see.
The daily.
Yes, sure. a natural training age. You said you had a pine cone there for
I'm
your.
having a hard time hearing. I don't know if it's my mic or my.
154 yards to the pin. Rick was in a different position off the tee, and that was his second shot. We'd probably be playing a little.
I wish I could hear whoever's talking. I can't hear him. I'm sorry. Is there somebody still talking? Did I cut somebody off? I feel really bad. I don't know what I did. Oh. $26.65. On the 4 hour, we would have to break 26.38 and 26.47. $26.87. I think it's possible. Yep, I do. If we are bullish and on the 15, yeah. Oh, we failed that. Okay, so we have to hold this line then. Right, we were talking, we didn't get that, or did we? Well, we're still in line. We're okay. Yeah, we're okay still.
Yeah, I guess the price is very struggling to go down. So I think there is a lot of buyers, which is overcoming the shorters. And yeah, we will see what happens.
There is a gap now, just remember, between 25.99 and that 25, and the pivot point is at 25.36. So that's the gap between the 800 on the 15-minute and 25.22.
Yeah, also there are very big fair value gaps, which we may come.
I have to fix my whatever is causing me not to be able to hear anybody talk. I'll be back. I'm going to try to fix whatever it is. Okay, so let's take a couple minutes and look at Bitcoin. Eight.
Is that actual resistance into a 106,500?
Mm-hmm. That's the previous overhead that we broke.
So now it's support, right?
We're trying to build it into support. We haven't we haven't closed over it yet on this side. Let's see. Man, that's the 1 hour. Let's look at the 30-minute.
Yeah, we're going there for sure.
Not necessarily.
On the Fibonacci, I think. Is that correct?
I'm not sure we're gonna go that way. I think we might have an impulse up before we have it down. That's what I'm trying to see here. There. Yeah, here we have. Let's see, candle. Yeah, we did close over that.
Oh, sorry again with this microphone.
In Woonsocket, currently 52 degrees Fahrenheit. Today's forecast shows mostly cloudy conditions with a high of 72 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of 56 degrees Fahrenheit.
So we are taking the train from the
Hello, good morning. I guess I'll get a white mocha. Medium. I'll be there.
Gotta open mic, bro.
Good morning, people.
Good morning.
Well, we reached 107. It's gonna be an issue. Maybe a temporary. Oh, no, I was at work. Noticed things were up when I woke up and rushed back home to work from home this afternoon.
How fast?
That way I can check the charts.
Yeah.
So what's held the rally by FOMC News? Wow, the slow mover Cardano is actually a quick mover today. I mean, on the 5-minute. Interesting. Something up with Cardano. It's putting new highs here on the 5-minute time, 15-minute time frame, while Bitcoin and ETH are not. Maybe other alts are doing that too. Or Sui is not. Chile is also putting new highs here. All right, okay. Talking about Chilis, we did reach a local support resistance. Yeah. Overall, it's at well, it almost made a new bear market bottom. Yeah.
I think we're going to get the trap longs on 106. How are you thinking, guys?
Oh yeah, that's $800 lower. That can happen in a nutshell. Yeah, this 107 level can have a bit more impact than just 1% down. I think it could bring us to 100K honestly, but it depends what's going to happen in the coming hours or even day, I guess. I mean, it's kind of cool to be able to pump to 107, right? Last time we failed a bit short at 106, so.
Just check XRP.
What's up with XRP? It's up 4% off. Well, cool. XRP. It's trying to break that downward daily trend line, huh? Last time we failed. If the daily closes around here, it's a good first sign that we can go back up to resistance, which is more like $2.7 somewhere there. I don't know. Maybe even $3 again. The question is, are we going to put a new low below 160 on XRP first, or are we going to put a new high above 2.9 first? Maybe even above 3.4, right? Can answer that, you'll make money. The rest is noise, man. All these small time frame moves, yeah. Just noise. For me, when Bitcoin put a higher low at 102, really the question is 107, and I was worried it wouldn't even be strong enough to get there, but well, you just had to be patient enough and wait for Monday to get 107, where a little bit of TPing was probably not a bad idea. But if we can now consolidate below 107 and attempt again, more people will hop in short for like a double top. And then if you attempt even a third time, I guess we'll break it out. We'll break 107. Yeah. If you break 107, there's like nothing left before all-time highs, but well, 110 and then all-time highs. Like we are closer to all-time highs than to 100K currently. So it makes probabilities change. If we close candles above 107, probabilities become more upside than downside. But likely we're gonna fall back below 106 106.6, yeah. I'll just call it 107, but actually it is 107, yeah, 107K. If you give it 1% room, like on a longer time frame trade, then your invalidation is more like if we are for a short, it's more like at 108, and for a long, it's more like below 106. So it's about are we gonna hold 106 or not, and are we gonna stay below a bit higher than 107, so 108 to give it some room. Yeah. One of the two trades will likely make some money. And you'll lose the other one. Actually, taking both might not be such a bad idea. Huh? Well, except if we continue to slowly grind, going above below 106, 108 multiple times. choppy, except if you get choppy stuff. Germany is a bit green. France is very green. What's up with France? We're up 1%. Wow. Amazing stuff going on Legacy. It pumped 1%. And yeah, ES is up 1.5 currently. Going a bit. Well, really, 1.5. Because there's a contract switch. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. It's not up 1.5%. It's just that there's a be careful on mini futures, there's a contract switch, right? So it switched today, right? Monday, 16 June, yeah. So that's why it shows that it's up 1.5%, but the real index won't be up 1.5% at open. It's a contract switch. Bitcoin switches on the 25th of June. So that's a Wednesday. It's not a weekend switch. If the contract switch on CME lined up with a weekend, maybe it could give you like a stronger potential for a gap. But it's not the case. It's on Wednesday. Oh, we could. It could gap up on Wednesday. FOMC is Thursday, even no. So wait, I forgot. When is FOMC? If they make FOMC line up with when CME is closed and switching contract, ooh, that could be fun. All right, FOMC. Well, markets are open though during FOMC, right? Yeah, it's 8 o'clock just before close. Yeah, it's on the 18th FOMC. The switch is on the 25th. So. Oh, Japan has its FOMC tomorrow morning, and then America is after on Wednesday. Damn, these bears, they forgot to put resistance, so it enables Bitcoin to easily pump back up. Can't take a short without putting some sell walls. I mean, I guess they put 1055, right? But other than that, there wasn't much. Which is why we end up with dropping volume since the well, the retrace of the previous dump. We will get a volume increase if we break 109. And to the downside, you'll get one at 100k. Actually, yeah, there's not a lot before 100,000. You'll get local spikes, like you have 105, 104, 103, but those are all small compared to support at 100. 101 and 102 are also enough to make it a stopping volume candle. I know. But you don't want, right? You don't want your stopping volume candle to be a resting order that makes it in the chart. It's not the same as when someone really puts money on the table in live data to absorb sales. Right? It's really not the same thing. Like right now on Binance Order Book, it's empty. So, in theory, if you drop 60 Bitcoin, market sells 60 Bitcoin, you're going to have a price impact that's going to drop price. Right? But liquidity provider is going to provide something, right? So that you can sell 60 Bitcoin. So it won't drop like all the way down to 105 because of that sell. But it will diminish the liquidity provider's reserves. So you'll create a bit of a downward, right? Same for upside. If you market by 60 Bitcoin, there's nothing available here. It should force market maker to provide you that, and if he doesn't, price has to go up. And got 20 Bitcoin market sold. Who wants to buy 20 now? $106.5, right, is the lowest point of the left initial rejection from 112, right? 106,500. Kind of crazy to think Bitcoin would be able to hold that. It's also the old golden, where price kind of should have stopped, but it didn't. It went all the way up to 110. Yeah, I mean, reclaiming this area is a pretty bullish sign, honestly. Don't know about the W part. No, it's funny because if you erase the Bart Simpson kind of thing, like if you erase the price action above 107, so that pump to 110, and you just look at it without that up move to 110, then you have a inverted head and shoulder structure, and we broke out the neckline and we're back at it, and we're retesting the neckline, and it gives you a bit of a measured move towards 112. Yeah, I mean, I guess half of that is likely, right? So it's 109, 109, yeah, somewhere there. But you can't just cheat and erase some candles, right? But I still think it should have stopped at 107. Like going to 110 was over too much too quick, right? A bit of FOMO coming in. I'll draw it, because why not?
Oh, fuck me.
How do you erase price from a chart? I mean, there's gotta be a way. Black brush, maybe? Yeah, that would work, no? Black brush.
You go to the top left where it says the ticker and the exchange, and you click on that and you click the three dots and you can hide it.
Yeah, but I only want to hide Bitcoin between 9th of June and 12th of June. Like, I don't know what happened that week, but we shouldn't have pumped above 106.5, which is a golden pocket of the down move. And also it fits my bullish tunnel vision bias.
But you can't
Now that
ignore price action that happened.
well, why? Actually, I
Except for
can.
except for anomalies like a black swan like COVID when it comes to like a 4-year cycle or something. And then a black swan that disturbs it. I mean, you can kind of ignore that type of thing, but otherwise, that price action happens.
I know. I'm just joking around here. But now that we're able to touch 107, like I don't really need. I don't. It's hard for me to have a bearish outlook. But that kind of that's gonna probably change by this evening or tomorrow. But I know. Let's enjoy the pump. We're now back above the lowest point after 112, so it's like this is there's no other longs. It's like there's nothing else after this. Of course, going long here isn't a good idea. We're in a 50% rise since 74K and all, and even locally, I mean, you're buying up a bit of a pump, right? It's just, it's able to still go up. That's a good sign. And it's
Yeah,
still
it doesn't
out.
look
Like
bad.
for my strategy, it's still lost. There's nothing else to long after this. Like if we start trading above 107, there's no longs for maybe a week, you know, or a day, or I don't know, but even 6 months. Who knows?
It's the last of the Mohicans.
It takes a while to create downward ABCs. Usually it's like 2-3 months to create them. Now this one was pretty local and quick. You know, it's not like the big corrective move, but it did go down 10%. And I still think with enough patience, you might catch a low below 100. It's just that right now the probability of catching a low below 100 is pretty low because we're above 106.5. So yeah, that's gonna change. Like in an hour, it won't be
At
the
the
case
moment,
anymore, right? But
the
for now,
moment
it's
it's
the case.
going up.
Yeah. Like right now, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't seem that likely to put a low. But if we just dump $200, things can kind of change.
And we'll see what happens when the market opens in an hour. We'll see what happens. We might get some volume coming in. Looks like it's trying to recover. So if there's a lot of volume that comes in, we might push up a little further.
Well, it could be enough of a push of a false move upward on Monday, and then you'd see a continuation of red the whole week. But
I think we could go reach for the
you can't.
highs again of 110, and then I don't know, maybe even a higher high, but I think it's going to come down again after that.
Who knows what's going to happen if we break out in price discovery, man? Who knows? We'll see. But it's there was two options, you know, either we reclaim 107 or we put a new low, and it looks like we're reclaiming 107 has happened first. So in both cases, I become bullish again. So I'm bullish whatever happens, actually. It's just that it's better to be bullish at 100 than at 107, right? You'll make more money. So I guess I'd rather have it dump to 100K and then go up, because it'll be more better risk to reward, right? But I mean, I didn't really trade Bitcoin here. Actually, I did, but not much. I traded more alts. So yeah, these positions will all get wrecked if Bitcoin. Well, I mean, it doesn't even need to go to 100K. If it just goes to like 102, 103, yeah, I'll be stopped out from most. Yeah, so if you use a black brush and then you right click and you say bring to front, you can hide a price action.
Black. You do right click and then what?
If you use a black brush to hide a price where you want to ignore what it did, and then you bring it to front, it's gonna hide price. I didn't choose the color correctly though.
How do you bring it to front? I don't know what that means. In your object tree?
Yeah, no, on the whatever you drew, right? Because TradingView is gonna put price on top of what you draw, so you want what your brush to be in front, so you need to bring it to front. It's the Z index. Right? You need to.
Yeah, you can put anything on top of the price if you
put it above if you open your object tree, anything that you put above the ticker is going to be above the price on the chart.
So it will hide price, right?
Yeah.
The whole point was to hide price.
But like, say you want it like if you want the moving averages behind the chart, then behind the candles, you put them below. You open your object tree, you put them below. But if you want your moving averages like in front of the candles, so that you can see them, then you just take the moving average and you drag it up to the above where the ticker is. You know what I mean?
Right.
Have you opened the object tree before?
Yeah. I used to do categories to hide stuff. Like on my pie chart, I did it clean. I have categories, so that's quite handy in the object tree. You can regroup your technical analysis stuff in categories. So like I put all the fibs, I put them in a fib retracement category. So then you can hide all your fibs in one go and show them again. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
And then
I
you
like
can
that.
put your trend lines. You can organize your drawings to hide stuff. Because when you like, I also have some fractals, and when there's too much thing, it's kind of cool to hide all your drawings. Just to see price. Right? So typically, what I do is I just I just press the hide all button, and that's how I trade, honestly, because it confuses me all the drawings.
So you don't use any tools or indicators?
No.
Just candlesticks.
Just price, yeah. And when you chart it on the 15-minute and then you zoom out on the daily, it's a mess. My charts are a mess. So I just press hide all, yeah.
Have you ever looked into ICT?
What's that?
It's just like a trading methodology about like liquidity levels and swing fails and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think I heard.
They're more about price action.
It's like, yeah, it's yeah. I think I heard about it. No, isn't it EMAD or Epic or Enoch? So one of them mentioned it, yeah, and explained a bit, but I think it's complex again. The fair value gap stuff. ICT.
Well,
It's
just
reversal strategy too, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like, okay, if you make like two lows, you could expect that the price is going to come and take out that low before going up and reversing, and then what you would target would be above the previous two highs that I made or whatever. Like, I don't know. I think I'm oversimplifying it, but it's basically like about liquidity sweeps. You're sweeping liquidity at a certain level of the range, going from one side to the other.
Yeah, it's like, if I remember right, it's got something to do with for fair value gaps, prices where there's impulses, areas where price impulsively moved out, and you're kind of expecting it to come back in those areas.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't look into it too much,
but yeah,
my
it's
basic understanding is like sweeping levels, sweeping lows, sweeping highs.
Yeah, it's very complex stuff for something that's in practice is pretty simple. It's when you fill an order, you typically lose the support or the resistance, and then actually reverse. It's funny because we probably do some ICT stuff. We just don't know that they put it on paper and named it ICT strategy. These are the blocks and all, yeah. Maybe I trade ICT. I just don't know I'm trading it. Yeah, likely. Honestly, I look a lot at order blocks and value gaps and stuff like that. Yeah. And like that's why I want to buy 2000 on ETH, right? Because it's a fair value gap. It's that thing went straight up, straight down, like pop. that's what is interesting, right? It's when a lot of strategies line up at the same levels, right? And if we look at the trader reality strategy, I'm gonna guess a vector retest, getting back to the middle of that upward impulsive vector on the bigger time frames is probably going to also line up with where ICT thinks there's a fair value gap, and it will also line up with roughly a golden, and also line up with an SR and this and that. And when everything lines up, it's like it's a high probability trade because everybody's going to act on it. But yeah, I mean, if I wasn't lazy, I would read a few papers on ICT strategy. It's probably not too hard to find, right? But why make things complex when simple lower lows and high highs kind of is, simple strategies are profitable too. So.
Well, I don't know. I felt it was something I felt like you would like because you're always talking about ABCs, and I know that's more of like an Elliott wave thing, but if you could combine them, it might be helpful. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean,
like the liquidity levels with the lower lows or the higher highs, swing fail patterns, whatever. Swing fail patterns are pretty good to, and like combining that with the ABC structure, I think can be really powerful.
But it's the same thing, right? An SFP is when you reach a resistance and you leave a wick, so you put the high, but you come back below the previous high. For me, it's the same thing. We call it different. I mean, every strategy has a different name for it, but it's the same thing. It's price going up and then back down, or price going down and then back up. It's like reversal.
And if you want to kind of try to spot it, another thing that I really love to look at is bearish divergence and bullish divergence. If you look at the RSI and you put in a higher high, but the RSI is lower, like that could be indicative of a swing fail. Because it's like, oh, okay, that was just clearing the liquidity at the top of the range. You'll put in a higher high, yeah, but and then people think, oh, it's breaking structure, but it's really kind of not. If the relative strength is still lower than it was the last time you were up there. So it's like, okay, well, this is going to be coming back down again. That's a swing fail pattern. Or you have a much higher probability of a swing fail pattern playing out. I mean, the same is opposite in the reverse. If you take out a low, say you have an ABC structure, and then you take out the low of the range, you make a lower low, but the RSI is higher. Oh, okay, that's indicative of a swing fail. We could be reversing and going back up here, and that lower low could be the bottom of an ABC. So I don't know. I just know you like those a lot. That's like pretty much all you trade. So, but I think if you combine those other things with it, you would just have more confidence too.
Yeah, you're right, but actually, I'm not sure you're right. It's very hard to prove if you would be more profitable trading ABCs only when RSI also gives you either a hidden or a normal divergence right now. But that would be an interesting exercise. Yeah,
I mean, obviously, you would have to be less strict with the, or you'd have to be more strict with the criteria when taking a trade. But so you wouldn't get as many setups if you're like, okay, it has to show all these signals before I go and do a trade. And you were really strict with it, then you wouldn't get as many setups. But it could be a higher quality setup.
I'm looking at Sui, for example, and we had a low at 45 cents last summer, and recently in April we had a low at $1.7. In that case, there was no RSI divergence. It's a higher low on RSI, higher low on price action. No divergence. But there was an ABC, so it's just a counterexample where, I mean, it's just one example, right? But my point is maybe you will improve your win rate a bit by doing that. But these setups are pretty rare in time already. Like I don't think I'd feel comfortable skipping them because of RSI, because of an indicator. Right? And this setup is huge. It took it freaking 2 years to create in the chart, right? We started in October 23. We went up, then down, then up. So it's the same for the short. Like you should $2.15 should be a stay short from for me, and you actually had. Did you have the bearish too? Need to go like weekly. Oh, that's enough data on the weekly. I think I already do what you say, but I don't use RSI or I don't use indicators on the chart. I use more like external factors. You know, more like, is it a good time to attempt to long Bitcoin? Like, I guess I use a bit Dbloc's TA. I use a bit just sentiment in the markets, maybe. You know, like if people are bearish enough or not.
I mean,
I guess
how
if
often do you really
I,
enter trades anyway? You don't really enter trades very often, do you?
Well, it depends. I don't know what I'm doing, to be honest, but sometimes I scalp. So no, there are days where I can take 5-6 trades, but once I catch something, I hold it. Yeah. I mean, it's been working because on Bitcoin, especially because of the bull run. But it's gonna be time to switch that behavior. Like, I need to stop doing that pretty well in like maybe in 6 months, right? That's gonna be a challenge for me because I've been used to doing this for like 3 years now, and I'm pretty sure I'll be okay with it. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when time comes to not enter ABC longs. I'll take them anyway because there's money to be made on technical bounces, even when you think that Bitcoin is gonna go down 60%, whatever we're gonna
So,
think.
if Sui say Sui bounces from here, makes a new all-time high, like at like $6 or something, $6.5. Would you try to take that as an ABC to short?
Yes, but only when price comes back below the previous high, 5 point something.
Okay, so it would have to make a new all-time high, come back down below the previous all-time high, turn that into resistance, and that's where your short entry would be.
Exactly. No,
Okay.
I'd take it before we turn it into resistance, and then I'd get stopped out on the initial bounce, and then I'd re-enter on the second bounce. No, I wouldn't skip the first entry. I don't wait for retests.
So it would just if it falls below, you're automatically in.
It's a conditional order. So when price is at $6,
Oh, okay.
you know, so I can enter the trade even if I sleep. Like price is at $6, I'll put a conditional short at 5.3 with a stop loss. Like, I mean, on something like three, you'd need like 5, you know, maybe 2-3% price action stop loss at least. Maybe even more like 5% on low leverage. But it depends how high it's gonna go. You said $6. I wouldn't short $5 if it went to $6 because that's like 20% above, right?
Well, let's say 650.
But if I would try to enter a smaller time frame ABC up there, expecting it to actually become a swing trade once we lose 5.3, right? Which is risky stuff, but because I don't know if it's gonna come back below 5.3 or not, right? But
then it would be, if it loses that previous high, it would be in price discovery at that point. Which trying to shorten the price discovery is like a death sentence.
I fully agree. It's risky stuff, but you know, yeah.
But if it is just a swing fail that loses the previous high, then I feel like it's not as risky.
Well, that's why it's better to wait for 5.3 to be lost to enter your short, because at that point you really have a topping structure in the chart, right? You have a nice ABC, and we're starting to fall back below the previous high, so you have a bit the local trend on your side. because it's been going down since 6.5 down to 5. The problem is it's too far. 6.5 is too far from that 5. So, like, what would be ideal for for me? What would be ideal to catch Sui is if we just did like Solana. You know, Solana initially made a very tiny all-time high and then dropped for like 2 months. It was a like perfect trade. And so here, you know, it requires a huge patience because you might have to wait like 3 months. So I mean, it's been already it was in when was the high on Sui? It's been 6 months already, you know?
Yeah, January.
Yeah, January. So you see, it's already been 6 months. You still didn't get a short opportunity on that huge time frame, right? And maybe you just never get it. By the way, who knows? But
well, yeah, I mean, I think Sui's is actually going to go to like $9, $9 or $10, but so I wouldn't be looking for a short if it breaks the all-time high, me personally. But if you were to take that hypothetical trade, where would your target be?
Well, let's look at what would have happened if I was trying to short Sui while it was riding to $5, right? The first trade would have been at 2.2. Right? So back in October 2024, you know, it made a higher high at 2.3, and then it came back below 2.2. So I would have cut a short there. Now, I guess, you know, on the 15-minute, you would have been stopped out well, maybe once or twice, but that's all, right? And then price pulled back down to 1.6. I would likely not have taken profit there, but you know, maybe initial TP1 would have been hit. Like I would have taken something out probably, but it failed, right? Because then we find support at 1.6. It's very high compared to the up move. Like we didn't really dump that much right there. So it's a failed idea, right? The idea that Sui would reverse downward never happened. I mean, and we still haven't done it in the end. Yeah, there's no really bear market on Sui. While other alts went below 5th of August. I mean, a lot of alts currently are at the equivalent of 40 cent for Sui, 48 cent, 46 cent. Yeah. Like buying, what was it? Chili's. Chili's is like down there. Well, I guess that's bad news for Chili's, but.
Chili's, man. I never cared about Chili's.
It's football stuff. Yeah. People who like football might like it, but
yeah, I don't even like football. I don't even like sports.
Me
man.
neither. Me neither.
That's why I
But
was
yeah,
never into it. Everyone was so rock about Chili's when it first came out. I was like, dude, I'm not interested even in the slightest.
so you know that first trade would have lost, let's say like 2 times. But with the drop to 1.6, maybe you paid back the stop losses a bit, right? But the important thing is that you needed patience to wait for that new all-time high to even start shorting it, and that's what ABCs help you with. It's patience. Like there's no short at 1.3, or there was no short until you made a new high. So you make the higher high, you're supposed to switch a bit, taking shorts, which I don't do lately, but anyway, that's something else. So you would have lost once, and then you get the breakout higher. Well, you know, your stop loss protects you because you don't want to stay in a short from there, right? And
yeah,
then
but if you look at its structure since its inception, it's done wave one. So it came down, right? Did a wave one that broke higher than where it was issued, like where it debuted. Then it came down, put in a higher low. That's wave two. Wave three was the all-time high. It just came down for a wave four. It didn't drop below wave one. So now theoretically we should get a wave five, and I would presume that it would be about $9 or $10.
Yeah. Now there are a few things that make this Elliott wave not count not perfect, but you know, on these small cap alts, I mean, I guess it's kind of expected. We did fall a little bit below the top of wave one, but overall it holded that area, right? Like,
yeah, the general
just
area.
breaks, right? Then the first leg was 500% up. The second one was 1,000%. I guess you could expect 500% up for your third Elliott wave. Which would, well, yeah, like you said, $9 would be 500. Yeah, yeah, that $9 area makes a lot of technical sense. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, just to finish the simulation. Yeah, so then you get the breakout, you get stopped out again, like number 3. Price continues to rise, and you're starting to see now local ABCs, right? That structure, it was 3 pushes higher, right? Like 3, 1, 2, 3, 3 attempts in price discovery. I, I, I think you would have cut something in the end, right? You would have ended up with like probably a short from 4.9, or maybe even just a short from 3.9. So I mean, and that position, that's when you're looking back at like 1 year of growth. I mean, you're not gonna TP that just because price dumped 10%. That's when patience to stay in the position kind of pays.
Yeah,
Once
I
you
don't
catch
even.
the reversal, and then the sign to exit that, it's when you do a bullish there was a bullish ABC at 1.98, right? That's I think sign to let go. Yeah.
I don't short Sui on perpetuals. I just, if anything, I would sell it on spot and try to reposition and compound my spot bag. But I don't
Yeah,
ever
but
sell my whole spot bag either. I have a smaller portion of my spot bag that I play with, and I'll sell like it at highs and try to make that portion of the bag bigger. I sell at highs and then I buy the dips. Try to compound just like just a portion of my Sui. The rest of it is staking.
so in the end, maybe it took you like 10 stop losses to catch a short, but you did catch like a 50% drop in price in the end, right? So that probably paid off for your short. Well, you have even some profit left
Yeah, but
from that.
look at almost
And
everything else. You could have got a better percentage on almost anything else.
yeah, of course, but just looking at this chart, and I guess you would have potentially cut along at 1.96 or at 2.38, like that was last time to go long on Swedes, 238, right, during the downtrend, because of 2nd of February low, and that's like interesting level. And now we're above it, and it's about well, I mean, there are arguments to have exited at 3.9, right? But it's about patience for new all-time high to really change side again and be more on the lookout for a short. Yeah. And there's 2 options for shorts, right? Either we put a new high above 5.3 and it's gonna start to be interesting to try and catch a swing short. Or if we dump below, like you said, the top of wave 1, so if this can't stay above 2.2, yeah, there's a scenario where it's a zigzag ABC corrective move where it's going to go to like $1, right? And it could be worthwhile giving it a few tries. I wouldn't insist too much though, because it's going to be like double bottom ABC flat, fighting a bigger potential correction. But yeah, it's not a good idea. But you could short actually 2.2 would be valid ABC wise on the macro. But you need really bear market to be on for Sweet to go down there. So I would skip that trade just because of other external factors. But right now, for me, Sui gave a re-entry on the older long. Yeah, we're like zigzagging downward, and we put a lower low, and we're back above 2.89. So yeah, it's not an amazing entry, of course, but it's decent. And it pumped like 5% since that entry. I actually TP'd and re-entered higher because now there's another ABC that we are triggering with 30 end of May, on 31st of May. The bottom of 31st of May, yeah. That week on 31st of May on Sui, $3 basically. I guess I could redo the same thing at 3.38 and at 3.56. But yeah, let's go, Sui. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, everything. Thanks, BG, for the thumbs up. I'll thumbs you up too. You like my do you like my chart? It's the short squeeze that created that upward move above 107. Like without leverage, perpetuals, and necessity to wreck some people that went too heavy short at 100K. We likely wouldn't have done that, in my opinion. USDC is just it's on your RC20, right? Or I mean, it can be different tokens on different blockchains. Who guarantees that nobody can copy an USDC double it? Like, how does that work?
Copy USDC.
Yeah, I mean, imagine one of the, because now USDC is on like multiple blockchains, right? It's like on 50 different blockchains or however blockchains, right? We know if it's secure. So when a bank gets money and they send you ERC20 USDC, you know, you can trust it. It's secure. But these new blockchains, like there's so many. Couldn't one of them like, you know, create some sort of a bug or, well, just a duplicate, right? Like,
Well, I
is there
mean,
a
if you
way
send
to...
it on like, you send it on like a Arbitrum or Matic or something like an Ethereum layer 2, it still kind of is Ethereum.
Oh, so everything is on ETH, right? Then, but you
Yeah,
can
I
have
mean,
USDC
unless
on
it's like,
Sui. Is Sui
I
on
don't
ETH
know
too?
about like if you sometimes you can send it on no, Sui is not. Sui's a layer 1. And so is Solana. But so those two, I don't think it counts, but and like also Tron, I'm not sure about Tron. I thought that Tron was different than XLM also, but there's not many that I find that you can send it on XLM, but I see a lot where you can send it on Tron, Solana, or Sui. Sui's been getting more popular.
Because no, I was looking at that circle stock chart, and it looks like it's gonna open pretty high in it's trading like at 10% higher in pre-market currently.
But
And
Optimism, I think, is ETH layer 2 as well. So it's like I think you're sending it on ETH regardless. Like you don't really have to bridge it if you're sending it on one of those networks. Like you don't, it doesn't have to be bridged. But the other, if you already have it on one network, like say you sent it to a wallet through an Ethereum network, and you're trying to send it through to another wallet on a different blockchain, you would have to bridge it, which would cost more than probably the fee.
maybe some
But I would take the
centralized
send.
exchanges can drop you your Sui, your USDC that you bought with your credit card directly to your Sui Web3 wallet. So
I mean, yeah, but I don't know what blockchain it would be on.
but then they'd still need to sign something on ETH to say that. I don't know how it works, but when you bridge, your ERC20 is still on ETH on ETH, but it's like deactivated because now it's on layer 2, and then when you no, actually it disappears no on ETH. I don't know. It's complex stuff. We need to research, I guess. But maybe my point is maybe there's a glitch somewhere between these different blockchains and transfers and bridges and swaps and this and that that would enable to duplicate one USDC token. A bit like Powell printing money would be able to inflate the amount of money that's circulating, or compared to what's
It's
really
always the
backing
same
up.
amount of dollars that's in the system. So if you use one US dollar to buy one USDC, that USDC exists. If they have to swap it to a different blockchain, then that they don't, there's still a dollar that you spent on it in the reserve.
Right. Yeah.
It's not like they're minting a new one.
Yeah, unless there's like a glitch in the system somewhere between two blockchains that are very new and nobody thought about that possibility, and they can like create USDCs out of nowhere. I guess I'm thinking about how is Circle gonna go down a bit so we can buy it.
How is it gonna go down? No, it won't. It shouldn't. It's not supposed to.
Oh, it will. It's a stock, right?
So it could. Oh, you're talking about Circle. All right, yeah, Circle.
Yeah.
That can definitely go. Just I don't know why or when. It's probably already seen a lot of sell. I haven't looked at the ticker yet. It's probably already seen sell pressure after the IPO.
No.
No.
No, not really. No.
It's
But
what
it's
is it?
just pressure, yeah.
CIRC.
It's fresh new. This thing can pump a lot before it gives you a downtrend to buy.
It's CIRC, right? It's the ticker.
CRCL, yeah.
Oh, CRCL.
Yeah. If I paid attention, I could have bought 103 actually, right? But
Yeah, I don't know, man. It will come down in the bear market. That's for sure. I mean, maybe it won't because if everybody decides to stay in crypto but just goes into stables, then it will pump. But if everyone takes it out of stables and goes into cash, then yeah, Circle will definitely come down.
How does Circle make money in this story? They get like fees on the RC20 or no, they don't know. That's ETH that gets the fees.
I don't know.
How does Circle even make money? They take a fee when you convert fiat to USDC, right?
I don't think they do. Maybe they make it with Bitcoin.
You know, the funny part is if USDC is actually successful, Circle will go bankrupt because we don't need them, do we? Like USDC.
No,
You know,
they're the custodian.
Yeah, I know.
They're like a bank.
But if USDC becomes successful, then it means we don't need the real dollar that's behind it anymore. We can just transact in USDC and USDC replaces the dollar, right? So they'll just...
Yeah, but it has to be backed one-to-one. Like, so Circle is just a crypto. Like, so they're the custodian for the crypto that is backed by the original fiat currency that's being issued by the U.S. government. It has to be federally issued. Like they can't just, they're not a federal entity, so they can't just print money, you know.
Because I was thinking, like, in 10 years, if we really go all crypto for everything, then there's no need for the real dollar anymore. USDC will be the new dollar.
I mean, I think it will always exist as a unit of account because everybody values everything in US dollars, and that's the middleman for pretty much every other asset that exists on the planet, you know, stocks, oil, real estate, you know, even freaking toothpaste. You're like, you compare it all to US dollar. Now the value of the US dollar and its buying power, yeah, that will change and fluctuate and probably continue to go down forever. And that's what inflation really is. But I mean, the stablecoin is it needs something to be pegged to, you know. So I think that the dollar is always going to be there. Could we probably use USDC as an alternate form of payment? Yeah, sure. But there has to be, in order for it to be like legal US tender, like can only be created by the government. You know, like they have to.
Yeah. But a bit like the current currency.
Yeah, like they have to issue it, but I mean, you can use USDC in as like an alternate form of payment, probably just like the same way that you use credit. Like, you know, you swipe your credit card. I mean, that money doesn't really technically exist yet, but it will later. And if it doesn't, then you're in debt.
The US dollar won't be around forever because all currencies go to zero, and you guys took over from the British Empire. That currency used to be what everyone traded in.
What, Great British Pound?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still around though. It might not be the world reserve currency anymore, but it will still be around.
But once the US loses the world reserve currency, all your dollars that are outside come back and destroy your economy because you have printed so many of them.
Yeah, but I don't think it will. I don't think we will lose because you have to buy oil with US dollars.
No, you don't. That's the thing. You'll lose that status, so you won't have to buy it because you'll buy it in something else.
Right, so what would cause us to lose that status, though?
You're printing the money.
Yeah, but everybody's printing money, and In the end, it's about trust, right? And because of
But what's
the
crypto?
history,
Crypto is a trustless, permissionless state. So you can trust the ledger that no more currency will be created, or a finite amount in Bitcoin's case. So unless they shut down Bitcoin, people will move towards it because no one controls it.
didn't
That's
Russia
its.
say?
But if there was, I mean, that's I think, like I said, I think it could always be an alternative form of currency. Like it's an alternative parallel system, like Dbloc always says. It's a parallel system that we created, like because we didn't like the fiat system the way that it was. So it can be a parallel system or an alternate system. If I wanted to, like for instance, like if I wanted to, I could probably trade in some US dollars for GBP and go buy something online with GBP. Or if I decided to go visit over there, I could exchange my US dollars for GBP, and that's how I would pay for things and while I'm around. You know what I mean? But it's not like I don't think that and then I could also sell my crypto into US dollars, take those US dollars, exchange them in the GBP if I ever go over there. And I have that whatever amount of GBP I get, that's what I get. And that's the currency for the place that I'm gonna be in, like living in or visiting or whatever. So I mean it's just everyone has different currencies, and this is just another form of it that's really more so global than rather than just national.
The macro trend for citizens is to more and more distrust the government. So something like Bitcoin taking over will happen more from grassroots than from top down, as it has already. Because people naturally distrust governments and their spending.
Yeah, but it's
And
so volatile that it can't be adopted as the
it
main
can.
currency.
It can.
That
Because
distrust.
the more and more people that move into it, the less volatility it has, as its market cap becomes bigger and bigger.
All you need for people to
Yeah, but
trust
so
the government again is to make them afraid. It can happen very quickly. Right now we
if
feel like we can challenge governments, we can
It's
distrust them and all, but that all changes on one big macro event.
if it
You'll be
was to take over as the world reserve currency, it would have to stop moving. Like it would have to be stable. It would have to be at least as stable as gold. You know, because if you can't count on money that's going to fluctuate and lose 10% of its value overnight, or possibly even 50%. It would have to mature like much more than it already is.
Yeah, it would. But it's headed in that direction.
I mean, possibly. Who knows? I don't think it's gonna happen in our lifetime, but could.
I
Do you know
like
how many?
that BG the chartist picture. That's cool.
There is so many American dollars out there. That's the thing. Like, I think it's like, I might be wrong in this, but like $350,000 for every American citizen. I might be wrong on that one, but it's just a high number.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's just for American citizens. I have no idea if that's right or not, but that's
Well,
just American citizens, not the whole world.
no, but it's
If you
your
divided it by
currency.
the whole world population, then
No,
it'd probably be a lot
that's
smaller.
that's your debt, not the money supply. The money supply is even bigger.
Oh, you're saying people, yeah, each citizen is in debt 300K. All right, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's something like that, yeah.
And isn't
But
Trump proposing like a $4 trillion spend? I might be dating myself, but I can remember when budgets used to be billions, not trillions.
yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, They printed the shit out of it. I mean, that's why we're in crypto. I think we can agree that what they're doing is not really working very well.
Yeah, it's the
Well,
fall
it
of
works
orange.
for them, just not for us.
Eventually, all those dollars that are out there will come back as people lose faith in it. Especially if you're printing trillions at a time now. Like,
I
if you
don't
would,
think we can do that.
if I had a faucet where I could print thousands and thousands of Bitcoin, would your faith in Bitcoin diminish, knowing that I can just print them whenever I want?
Yeah, but the point of Bitcoin is that you can't do that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, eventually, there's a tipping point. There is eventually a tipping point where everyone goes, "This is toilet paper. That's all it's used for now, and it has no value." Because that's all currencies are, a collective agreement on value.
Oh no, I think as long as it has dominance over all the other currencies, then it will.
Every empire
It will stay.
lasts about 200 years, and no, I think it's 100 years. And you guys have coming up on yours. What the next phase is, no idea. But also, all things end.
Yeah, I mean, this century brought a lot of stuff that wasn't part of all the other empires. Like we have Federal Reserve monetary policy and all that stuff. So
What you're saying is this time is different.
I mean, kind of. If you're talking in terms of centuries, then yeah, like this century is different.
Can you name
We don't
one
have
fiat
like
currency?
royalty and stuff like we have the government.
Can you name one fiat currency that's over 100 years old that hasn't gone to zero? 150 years?
Hasn't gone to zero.
But they remove zeros, so that's what they do. Like at one
I mean,
point
gone
when
to zero compared to what though?
Purchasing or gold, basic currency.
Gold. So like, say I looked at like the yen versus gold. So JPY versus.
If your dollar has lost 93% of its purchasing power since it was created, that's insane.
I mean, JPY versus gold.
it's still less than other currencies, though, no?
Is still higher than it was back in.
Japan's got some interesting problems, especially with population growth.
But we'll see if
Yeah,
Bitcoin can protect us against inflation. It's doing a good job at it these last years. Now we needed to outperform inflation on the bullish side, right? Like maximum FOMO was 69K last time. This time, well, it's 110. Maybe
I mean, I wouldn't even know how to compare this symbol because how do you get JPY the currency versus gold the asset? Like it's.
but you divide it.
I mean, Japanese yen futures like.
Shouldn't it be Japan / gold? Like the Nikkei, the yen versus /
You're
gold?
always comparing it to something is the thing. Like, so it would have to be like, for you to even know
I'd say gold.
Yeah, and
what
the
the
definition
Japanese
is that
yen is.
It's the oldest currency out there. Hasn't gone to zero.
What, the yen?
No, the
Oh,
gold.
gold.
Gold. Yeah.
Gold is not a currency. Who uses it to transact nowadays? Like, it was one, I guess, but
Still is. It still has that title, even though it's not
really?
directly
All right,
used these
so
days.
how about we just do gold JPY? No, because that's still. How the hell do you look at gold versus Japanese yen?
But it's easy. You take GPY USD divided by gold USD.
Yeah, but you're still comparing it to USD. That's what I'm saying, because USD
No,
is the world reserve currency.
no. Both USDs will cancel each other out, and the resulting unit is yen by gold.
All right, so JPY USD
Divided by gold, yeah. Gold USD or whatever the ticker is.
divided by gold US.
It's either divided or multiplied depending on if you took USD GPY or GPY USD, but it doesn't matter. You'll get the same chart. It will be inverted, and that's all.
I mean, yeah, it's at 0, but it's at 0.0000002.
Multiply by 1,000 to make it easier to read.
So it's multiply by 1,000, so times. I'll have to put parentheses. Times 1,000. Invalid symbol. I don't know. My point is, even to look it up on TradingView, you have to include USD.
No, it cancels each
Because
other out.
I know.
There's
I'm
no
just saying
USD
that
left in
you're
there.
comparing the value to USD because we're the world reserve currency. I know that it cancels it. You're saying that it cancels it out, but I'm just saying without the existence of USD, you would have no idea how JPY is actually performing against gold.
But there would be something else to replace USD, right? And we already know what it could be. It's like BRICS currency or whatever the name is, Chinese yuan, or I don't know. Like it's BRICS. BRICS are trying to do that. They're trying to undermine the dollar's dominance by having transactions in Chinese yuan, right? So
I mean, let's see. Is there a way we can JPY GBP versus gold GBP? I mean, it looks pretty much the same.
yeah. Yeah, maybe if you zoom out enough, there'll be difference, but yeah, it looks pretty much the same because currencies, they don't move like crazy amounts compared to each other. You know. It's pretty stable asset. And they both have a curve upward because of inflation. So in the end, you end up with the similar charts, whether you look at yen or dollar or euro. But there are differences, and you can make money on those differences.
So I mean, we can even go Euro USD divided by gold USD.
But for crypto, what's interesting is BTC USD divided by gold, right? And there's a lot of things to mention on that chart. Like, we're losing, gold is winning currently. Time to change that trend. Bitcoin never made really a new all-time high against gold. I mean, barely. Actually, we did, but not by much. We got rejected, and it's been going down since, and that happened in December.
Posted an old chart. sorry, posted an old chart in general chat. It's only 2019, but shows the purchasing power versus gold. And the yen's actually wasn't doing too bad at that time.
I don't know. They're all going down. Is my point.
Yeah, but that's the thing is they're all losing value. So you're losing purchasing power and you're being taxed. It's a stealth tax. As I said, all not cryptocurrencies, all currencies go to zero. And
well, then by that logic, then Bitcoin should go to zero too.
the difference is you can't print more Bitcoin. All these other currencies can be printed to affinity, and then that's why they go to zero. If you have something that has a finite limit, you have value or perceived value.
In the end, it doesn't matter if you have $100 or $1
I mean, but
million.
even
What matters is that you have more than your neighbor.
now you're comparing,
yeah.
but I mean, who said that gold is the comparison either? Like, gold doesn't have a finite value.
But it's generally acted as a store of value for 2,000 years.
Yeah, but I mean, if we don't know how much of it actually exists, we don't know the actual value of gold because we don't know how much of it actually exists. We don't know what the total supply is, and more could be mined, which would add to the supply, which would technically bring its value down. So it's like, I mean, I don't know. Comparing it to something like that.
But see, the price of gold, right, to mine it has a fixed price. As the price rises, more supply can come online because it's economical to mine these less or higher cost grades. So yes, so it kind of balances it out.
Okay, so
You know,
I think that what's more probable, rather than Bitcoin replacing the US dollar, is having a new system where the US dollar is backed by Bitcoin, just like it used to be backed by gold. The US dollar could be backed by a Bitcoin reserve instead of a gold reserve.
But it's still a Bitcoin.
But isn't that already the case now that the government doesn't want to sell its Bitcoin? Like, it's a bit the case, right? The thing is, the $3 trillion, like, even if they had all the Bitcoin, which they don't, right? It's really very little backing from Bitcoin.
So if we did that though, then as Bitcoin goes down, you would still be losing US dollar value.
Yeah.
If we did that, you know what I mean? Like, the value of the dollar would still be less when Bitcoin's going down. When it's going up, it would be more. But when it's going down in the bear market, the buying power would still erode.
You know, if you think a bit sci-fi for the coming like 50 years, in 50 years, it's likely that we'll have robots mining asteroids, and gold's value could be replaced. I mean, gold's role as a stable asset could be replaced by virtual currencies like Bitcoin. I mean, virtual stuff like Bitcoin. Just because the gold supply is actually infinite. It's the size of the universe, right? So
they can create fake gold, artificial gold now. So that's another thing too.
no, I don't think we can create artificial gold yet. I mean, it's possible technically. You need to fuse atoms to end up with gold, right? Or you need to.
They can, but it's more expensive to create it than the gold is even worth.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can do that now. So if
Not
gold
the
was
way
to
it look.
skyrocket,
You have any scientific paper that shows how to transform stuff into gold? Because I don't think that's the case yet.
It would be a self-correcting mechanism because gold won't go up in value if it's easier to create.
Maybe you can create
that
nanograms
scarcity
of gold.
factor of it.
Maybe you can get like a few nanograms of gold, but that's about fusion, and we're not like it's just in labs.
It's counterproductive because the more you create, the more you add to the supply, the less rarity it has, the less value it really has because you're taking that scarcity aspect away from it. So by creating it, you're not pumping the value, you're bringing the value down. So it's counterproductive.
Yeah.
No, but so,
I'm
so
agreeing.
because we know that in the near future we're going to be able to access huge amounts of gold, and that gold potentially could crash, then replacing gold with something else before that happens is kind of a good idea for global market.
The near future, we would have to go to outer space.
Yeah, but
Otherwise, all the gold we have is here.
that SpaceX super rocket, instead of sending it to Mars, you could send it to an asteroid and have some robots mine the asteroid and then send back the gold on a return trajectory
All right,
to Earth.
how long? How long is
That's
it going to take to get back here, though? You're talking centuries now.
No, there are asteroids that are just 1 year away from Earth that potentially. I mean, you need a few technical improvements, but saying like there's no fundamental breakthrough needed to achieve that. It's just a cost to. Is it worth it, right? Like how much is it going to cost you to do all this compared to the amount of gold that you're going to bring back?
Yeah.
When that equation
Cost
becomes
benefit
profitable,
analysis.
yeah, when it becomes profitable, you'll have like a new gold rush to go get some rocks from outer space that are close by. You don't need to go to Mars. You have rocks orbiting just at the Lagrange points, right? You have you really don't need to go far, and you
They
might
would have
find.
to know. They would have to know for sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there's enough gold inside that asteroid for it to be worth it.
You have spectral analysis. We already know that some asteroids are metal heavy, metal rich. Others are more like icy, more like water rich. And like the scientists work on it. They know there's like 3 kinds of asteroids, and you have some that are like metallic. It's only metals in there because the rest, those that are close to the sun baked the surface, and only the metals are left. So you gotta find like asteroids where you have like tons of gold, and not only gold but all the heavy metals, right? Iron, lead,
Yeah. Gold
gold,
just be a byproduct. You won't look
and the
for gold.
problem is it costs too much, and we don't have the maps yet. Like there aren't enough drones or probes to go explore these asteroids and find the ones that are the most profitable to bring back to Earth, right? But it's gonna happen. Like unfortunately, I mean, it's not a good thing. Personally, I think it's stupid. But that's what capitalist societies do. Whatever for profit, it'll be done. Does it bring anything to Earth? No, it doesn't. We'll be spending money to build rockets to bring back gold to dump it on the market. I don't know if there's any benefit in that for humanity overall, but yeah, it's likely going to happen as soon as we have the tech available for consumers, right? For private companies. And Elon is kind of building it by making a big rocket like that. You'll be able to send a lot of fuel into orbit, and with a lot of fuel, you can probably bring an asteroid, a small asteroid. We're not talking about like kilometer-wide stuff. Just imagine 100-meter stone. Just a stone that's 100-meter in width, and it's composed of maybe 1% of gold. And like I don't know, but it's likely gonna happen in the future. Like pretty close future. Maybe 20 years, 30 years, maybe even less. And so you need to kind of have the financial system move towards something that's not vulnerable to that kind of impact. Or we could just ban it, right? Like, I mean, there could be a law, governments could say asteroid mining is banned. That's likely what Europe is going to do. We'll probably just ban it. But I'm sure other countries won't. To me, it makes sense to ban it because there needs to be a top to the exponential curve of resource usage, right? Like we need to, we just consume more and more and more. There's not enough on Earth, so we're gonna start looking outside in space. I mean, I'm okay polluting space because it's dead. Actually, it might be a good thing, right? Instead of polluting Earth, we should mine in space and stop mining on Earth. Like instead of mining gold on Earth, maybe that's what politicians should do in 10 years. They should ban mining on Earth and only allow it in space.
What about Mars? The byproducts will actually help the terraform the planet.
There's probably gold on Mars too, but like you have the gravity from Mars that's gonna make it more expensive to bring back to Earth than asteroids. Was it Jeff Bezos? I think Jeff Bezos was saying that industry would move to space. Like instead of having the factories on Earth, we would give back the land to nature. So you'll create like new forest or new jungle, whatever, and you'll move your factories into space in orbit, where there's a
Yeah,
lot of advantages without gravity. You can there's some advantages in some manufacturers.
you'd have to get stuff up there and you have to get stuff back. So that's at the moment.
Yeah, it's gonna cost a lot, but with cheap access to space. No, the shuttle failed, right? At having cheap access to space. It was the reason why you guys went for shuttle after Apollo. You wanted cheap access to space, but it failed at that. In the end, it was more expensive than even a simple rocket. But now that's the dream Elon sells, and I think he has a chance of achieving it, giving cheap access to space. Like by cheap, $1,000 per gallon, no, per kilo, per pound. If he manages to make it like 10 times cheaper, then maybe you can start sending. It's going to become profitable to send some stuff that is not profitable today. It's going to open a bit of a new industry in space, yeah. Or maybe on the moon, or
You'd have to have everything in space from start to finish, and then ship the finished product down.
yeah. Well, use resources outside of Earth, right? So you would need to have them. I don't know if there's gold on the moon, but you need like robots, drones, and stuff like that in space, yeah. Automated factories. That gigafactory, it's already a lot of robots, right? Imagine in 20 years what it's gonna be with AI and all. You could just send the whole thing to space, right? Have
I
it
couldn't see
pollute
them
there.
allow on mining on the moon, but everywhere else, yeah.
Turn the moon into a junkyard, basically, instead of turning Earth into a junkyard. I'm okay with that, honestly. I don't care about the pollution on the moon. There's nothing alive out there. It's just a desert. Blow it to bits if you want to.
More of a tourist attraction than a dumping ground, because lots of other places you can dump.
But gold mining pollutes a lot, right? Like they use acid to dissolve rocks to find gold, and then downstream you have people getting sick, and it's like it's hard. It's really bad pollution. It's not just air quality. It's if gold is mined in space, maybe we'll stop doing that on Earth.
Can I give a little update on XRP?
Let's go. We pumping?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about a pump, but we certainly crossed a very key resistance area at $2.25. That was a major feat for today. And we need an hour, or actually a 4 hour, to cross the 226.36. And over that line is 228.17, okay? After that level, 231.16 needs to be reached. So we are currently over the 800 EMA on the 1 hour. We need to hold that. And then the ascending angle on the resistance side on the 1 hour, we would break it at 227.59. So the target we want would be 228.11 or greater. And then we'll meet another resistance at $2.29.94. So think about $2.30, okay? And then the next upward angular resistance area is $2.3204. So this can all be completed on the 4-hour today. There'd be an opening from the 4-hour. So from here to we can probably achieve that 228.59 and possibly the 229.97. So let's go XRP.
Bitcoin needs to make a higher high today. I'm worried that it will start going down now, but as long as it can sustain for the next hour or two, then I think we should put in a higher high.
After if we get a push through over 228, there is a secondary push that could possibly occur within that 4-hour up to the next arc, and that would take us to 238. So if we get a big bullish move, it could be significant today.
$3. That would be significant. 50% increase.
Yeah, I don't know if we go to $3 today, but
no, not today. But
this level is yeah.
If it goes to 3 without going any lower than currently, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, the $3 is the magic sauce. 306, 302 to 306.
But you know, Green Monday after bearish news. Sounds like a bull trap, honestly.
It does feel like it. Look, the candles are getting crazy volatile. You see all the news from Trump? He's launching a Bitcoin ETF, the ETH ETF, a phone, a gold phone. Trump is going to be a part of Tron's public listing on whatever company Tron is about to list. There's like news after news after news from Trump.
What the hell? There's a huge gap up on S&P.
Yeah, you can go all the way to 252.
Well, I mean, that's probably not good. Hopefully it sticks for a while.
Yeah, this move has been in the works for a long time, though.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm just saying that S&P, if this gap sticks and we go up for the rest of the day, then good. But if it doesn't stick and we come down to fill that gap, then
well, we all
might
know
be a problem.
it's not likely to stick, right? Start upward and downward.
Well, the last one did. Well, the last one got filled like about halfway, but it bounced.
Wait, where are you seeing the huge gap from Friday?
There's a gap from 5977 up to 6010.
Not that big of a gap, but yeah, it might feel.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's not huge. How much is it percentage wise?
0.6%.
Half a percent. Yeah, a little more than half a percent.
Friday, I know a lot of people, sold out before the weekend and the war news and stuff like that. So maybe they make those people chase.
We're now over.
Well, how about?
Go ahead.
How about a new high before we dump? That could happen too, right? By a new high, I mean 6,058, not just a new high on the 1 minute.
It's like an all-time high.
No, it's just 0.6% higher. All-time high isn't too far either. It's like 2% now. Yeah, Yeah, 2%, and you are in price discovery.
I think I remember there's been a time where we've been in all-time high right before an FOMC. I think it happened maybe 2 years ago on the SPY.
No, well, Powell, when Powell reversed it, last all-time high, Powell reversed it. Well, we made a new all-time high after he attempted to reverse it, but eventually he did manage to reverse it, and Trump accelerated it down with his tariffs. December meeting. Yeah, the December meeting. Remember when
we were in
December
all-time high,
Bitcoin?
right?
Well, SPY, Bitcoin, both of them were pushing in price discovery, and we had a Powell meeting, and he made he scared people by using the word recession and soft landing and stuff like that, and it created a bit of a down move. Now, that's nothing compared to what Trump achieved after that, but yeah, that's an example of a Fed meeting that at least slowed the pump and dumped price by 5% on SPY, but that meant 30% down on Bitcoin, though. I forgot exactly, but yeah, ultimately we went 30% down on Bitcoin, no? Well, no, I'm saying bullshit. We found support at 90K, yeah. From 105 down to 90K, so 15% down. So maybe a bearish Powell could make you go down 15% again on Bitcoin, which would line up with 95, 92K area, somewhere there. But to make a right shoulder, right, on SPY. You want to have a right shoulder on SPY? Well, we kind of need to go back down to 5,700 again. But first, let's close the neck. Let's touch all-time highs even now. 2% this week. It's achievable. We're gonna need some Iran ease, some neutral Powell, and some good news in the Middle East to calm down oil. And talking about oil, it's retracing its impulse up. Oil pumped 30%, going from $55, 40%. Oh boy, oil pumped 40% in the last month, in May and June. Yeah, that's quite a lot, no? 40%. Like technically, it needs to cool off. Nice ABC flat at $55 right away. You trade XRP now, BG?
I do.
Oh, good luck.
The big one I'm in now is CBCN.
What's that? CBCN? Is it a stock?
ZBEC Network.
Wow. New stuff?
Mm-hmm. You check your messages.
When did that get launched? It's on Bybit.
Yeah. Let me give
April
you
24, somewhere there.
Yeah. Let me give you a link.
At least on Bybit. What's it about?
That's what I'm sending you a link about.
These alts, when you read them, they always sound cool. I mean, I guess it's cool. Did that 10x already, though?
Yeah, there.
Do they need a downtrend to get in?
Well, looks like the S&P is going up. It doesn't want to fill that gap immediately.
But we can leave it for Powell to fill.
You know what, though? There is a gap at 6045. And it might be filling that one first. And then it might drop for the rest of the day. I have no idea. It might go up to, hold on. How close are we got? All-time high again. No. Not quite yet. Maybe a new high, like 6092. I don't think it'll quite get above 1600. We'll see. Definitely gonna see resistance at that previous all-time high. Pretty sure about that. Yeah, come on, Doge. Go get those short legs.
Whoa! Look at the spy go.
Yeah, she pumped me.
Man.
That's a full recovery, right?
I think it's going higher. No? Or
6045 is where the gap will be completely filled at 6045.
What do you think people's liquidations is
On
people
S&P?
who sold the news?
You talking about S&P?
Yeah.
We'd have to look at the ES. Does this show liquidations? I don't
Probably
think
not.
it
No.
does.
No.
Yeah, I don't think the Leviathan indicator works. Let me see if Lux Algo works. Looks like there's liquidations at 6091, 6100, 6136. We would have to get the rest of them, we would have to go up to all-time high, pretty much. But yeah, there's some shorts up there. Big pocket at 6113. But anyway, I gotta go to the bank real quick. I'll be back in a little bit.
Same here.
Oh, this Iran seeks de-escalation, signals willingness to resume nuclear talks. War over, boys. War over. Send it. Send it.
And the World War is canceled, guys.
Oh man, shorts are in disbelief, but then Powell's gonna come in. I know Powell's gonna be bearish, dude. I just know it.
All right, so ETH is nearly at our target of 2,653. We're at 2640.57. Well, we dropped a little bit from there, so let's see if we can pull this back up and finish this move and get over that top of the triangle of 2,667. And then I've got a 2,672 over the top. If we can manage that with some gusto, we can reach 2,700. And again, remember that'll be some resistance up there because of that 200 MA on the daily.
Good morning, BJ. Thank you for that.
Good morning. You're welcome.
Yeah, morning, beautiful people. Looks like we're making some moves today. What time is Powell getting on? Anybody know when that's supposed to be?
I don't believe that's today. That would be the 19th.
The 19th. Copy. 3 more days. All right. Hopefully we see a nice recovery here then.
Man, what is going on right now? Good Lord. Is this news driven?
Well, I think that there was some signals that Iran might be talking about peace, or not peace, but, maybe stopping the conflict with Israel. I've been focusing too much on my trades and the charts to delve into the news too much, but the charts also, had this recovery coming. So sometimes, what's there already can have catalysts from outside and vice versa. and the fears of the war from the weekend maybe alleviated a little bit here.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
so positions that maybe were foregone are rethought.
That's just a very odd move in the market. I don't know. To me, that's odd. It's massively bullish out of nowhere.
And Dbloc thinks this is the beginning of false move Monday, the false move week. He wants to see how high it goes today because there could be a 3-day correction after, or 3-day retracement, whatever, consolidations. But false move is we broke out of the weekend trap to the upside, basically. Is what happened.
If, however, we break high enough, then we have maybe not too far of a dip to be thinking about, more of a retracement rather than a correction, that kind of thing. We're getting further and further away from fears of 100,000 anyway.
Looks like a double top on the hourly chart for Bitcoin right now. Looks like a double top everywhere, really.
Crap, I think I was muted. Yeah, it's just I think it's just hitting resistance. I think it's just trying to get through the sell wall still, but there's liquidations above 107 up to like 107.6 basically.
Yep, my kind of my target area is for some 107.5 and then 107.7. If we can cross 108 and then 108.5, that's really bullish. Be really nice to cross 108.5. But anything over 108 is a very decent move.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was a huge move.
On the downside, we can fall all the way maybe to just below that 30-minute 800, which would then be around 106.1. And then a further drop from there would be the 105.9. So if we can't continue over 107.3 here, then we'll fall down that downward channel, probably touch at least the top of the 50 EMA, at 106.5 area. And then we can have a bounce up from that level back over 106 6, and then come back to 107.3, or we can continue down, you know, towards underneath that 50 EMA, and then probably underneath the 800. So it's either, you know, we make that corner, yeah, or we don't.
I just want to know. I just want to try to dive into what caused the massive move this morning. Whether it was signal, everyone like market opened and everyone saw the 15-minute and it coming down to touch the 200 EMA and waited for the bounce all at once, or it was news driven. One of the two. It's probably signal though, because I saw it on the 15-minute too. It looked like it was coming down to, or I mean, not the 15-minute, the 1 hour. Or no, maybe it was the 15-minute. Let me check. 5-minute, the 5-minute, that's what it was, yeah. 5-minute chart, it came down and touched the 200 EMA right there perfectly. And then blasted off, dude, that's crazy. Good lord. That is majorly bullish.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't see, you know, in my opinion, I don't see progress to the downside really far.
No.
Yeah, I see one really good push all the way back up into the 110s, and then we set a new all-time high. Then we go down.
Possible.
That's
Or
my opinion, just based off of trading the last week. Every single day I've been in here for hours trading, and it's just constantly bullish candles, bullish candles, bullish, bullish, bullish. It's crazy.
right,
And
but
when
this,
it,
but the chop area is once you get over 109, 5 and 110, then we're entering a kind of a different zone, and that massive chop is a little bit over. You know, it's never over, but the total like macro indecision is kind of over, if you know what I mean. That the whole the level between bearish and bullish is not as stark as maybe a better way to describe it.
I gotcha. On the 5-minute chart, that is a major wick test. Look at that wick test candle. That's crazy. For Bitcoin. Look at that. That is beautiful. That's a beautiful wick test trade right there.
It's a beautiful spot right here.
You see that massive green candle followed by the same size red candle. It's nice. Nice trade. Nah, Eric, to be honest with you, I'm not so sure that was news driven. I think honestly, this is just my opinion, but market opened and everyone kind of saw on the 5-minute chart that it was headed for the 200 EMA, and we all just kind of waited for it to do that. And then once everyone kind of collectively realized it was about to touch it, everyone just kind of bought it once right there. I think that was just a full-on market open signal trade. I'm not sure that was news driven at all. I could be wrong though.
It's in the chart. Yeah, I agree. It was there, ready to go.
Yeah, the setup was beautiful. That was on the 5-minute chart.
Yep.
Iran seeks talks with the US and Israel, sending messages via Arab intermediary. Okay, well, that's weird. That's crazy. The very next day they say that because just the day before they were threatening to eliminate Trump if if America was to back Israel.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. Now the next day they come out wanting peace. It's probably a fluke though. Just to get everything off their back.
I'll be back.
It's actually a really nice head and shoulder. Well, not really a head and shoulders. I don't know. No, definitely not a head and shoulders. Dang, dude, look at these green candles. Like, God. It's just crazy bullish, man. Yeah, there's no way to short that. You cannot short this. If you're shorting, you are a madman. There we go. Nice candle coming in here. Totally resetting that. It's just fully recovered right there.
So we go on. So our way is only up.
Yeah. I mean, it's extremely bullish. Yeah. If you've noticed like the price action here, it indicates to you that, yeah, it's probably got room to go up and test new highs, or well, for the day, not in all, but yeah, maybe 107,600, I think, like they were saying before.
Yeah, it can be. It can be. But those liquidation at.
Yeah, that's where a lot of liquidation is up there, and Bitcoin looks like it wants to go up there and grab it. So
Yeah, and down there are very much liquidations. Do you think it's going to get them at 106?
I think there's a lot of liquidity up here at 107, 600, 107, 500 up in that range, and Bitcoin wants to run up there and grab it real quick.
Yeah, I think this too. And he's now doing it already.
Yeah, it's literally doing it right in front of us. Yeah, exactly, Matthew. Golden pocket at 107.6. Yep. So.
Yeah.
I would just, if you're planning on trying to make a trade, I would just be very patient right here and let Bitcoin do its thing for a second.
And maybe it will go less some and then up.
If you're not already in the trade, of course, because it's
Yeah.
too late. It's too late to enter right now.
Of course, yeah. Oh, crazy things. Actually, it has got out of its liquidation, and now I think is going down.
Really?
Yeah. There was little bit left on 26.52. But man, below that, like in 2600, there is a lot of red to get.
And the hourly chart for Ethereum is just absolutely disgusting. It's crazy. Every time, there's so much opportunity there. Every time it sold off, it fully recovered. It's crazy.
Big buys coming in.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, Bitcoin just tearing, man. Absolutely tearing. It's good, honestly. I like to see it.
I don't know. I think we must get the correction right there. Or retest this at this liquidation below.
Went up and grabbed a lot up there. 104. Yeah, look at that candle, that red candle. Good Lord. Yeah, no trade for me. There's too many people for me paying attention to the market, man. It's just way too. I need to trade whenever the chop is coming back and it's just low volume because that's when I make my most money. This right here is just fake out central for me, and I can't. There's no way for me to. Unless you're in from some godly position at the bottom, and I do not suggest trading right now. Genuinely, because these candles are nuts. It's way too exploited. Oh. Yeah, but Al, the sideways is good, man. Because if you get sideways, you know that it's, you can buy low and sell high safely without some massive volume coming in out of nowhere and just blowing you away. That's why I really appreciate the sideways chop. Because it goes up and it goes down, it goes up and it goes down, and it goes up, and it just stays within that range. You can literally draw the range and trade it the whole time. It's awesome. like 3, 4 in the morning when it's just totally dead. Wow. Coming back down here. Nice little pullback. That is some serious price action going on there. Yeah, it's an epic dump. Exactly. I'm gonna go cook a nice breakfast.
Well, Bitcoin is approaching local golden, right, at 107, well, just below 108, 107.5, somewhere there is just a very local golden. I don't think there's that much there, but maybe there is. No, oh, we'll see. Like, it's not a bad area to put an SFP, no. Wick to golden. But it's small time frame golden. Like, that's why I'm not too eager with that one. The funny part is it lines up with the bigger one too. Roughly, the bigger one is just a tiny bit lower. Yeah, the 107.5 has a bit of confidence.
These recoveries on the 1 minute are looking juicy.
Well, we know with the spike still running. I bought 102. Wait, what was 103 600. I bought 103.6 on this local dip. Wow, it is tempting to TP. Done. I actually TP'd a bit. Very small though. But well, at least I'll have something in case we reverse down. To put a low, maybe between the two previous lows, right? Why not something between 100 and 100 to 600 for another bounce up? Just for a lower high again though. Because yeah, having that flat ABC at 100,000 would be ideal, right? Or we go in price discovery. Oh, that can happen too, right? Now that we are at golden pocket 107,500. Well, 400 something, but no, close enough. Then this is the area to reject. If it doesn't, yeah, we might see 108, 109 pretty easily, and well, then you only have like 110 left before price discovery or so. 110, 112. Or you could also put a high in between 110 and 112 and then reverse down again. Ooh, big buys. Where's Drew? I hope he's in position. We're getting 70 Bitcoin market buy at golden pocket. That's kind of cool. Also, we're like above VWAPs. And at an angular. Oh no, we're breaking the angular upward actually. Yeah, right. It's back on track with its up move since 77K.
Oh, he got them out.
Order block wise, well, you know, these bears forgot to give us resistance on the way up. I mean, the biggest order was like 60 Bitcoin, so we easily could breach 105.5. We easily could breach 107, 106, 107.5, but there was nothing in the whole area anyway. But the cells are stacked around 110, and the biggest level is 120 still. That's where there's a massive sell wall at 120K, at least on Binance Spot. But there's plenty before that, right? Between 109 and 112, there's like roughly 500 Bitcoin available on the books right now. These are resting orders that have been sitting there for, well, some of them for a while. But it's gonna give you vectors and all. But it's not, well, yeah.
Yo, this pump is getting crazy.
Yes, we are up 6% on Sui, 3% on Chili's, but Chili's dumped less yesterday. And 3% on Cardano. I'm guessing XRP is doing fine too, but I'm not following it. But XRP is up 4%, and Bitcoin is up 2 whole percent. Amazing. Getting so excited. For 2%. I mean, on 20x, that's 40%, right? So wait, do we have any SFP? No, anything? Not really, right? Well, we'll see the hourly. I mean, if the plan was to short the area, there's really no reaction to go with. Although we've seen some aggressive buys, but nah, it's small, 120 Bitcoin. But we've seen aggressive buys. Well, two. We've seen two in this up move. No, what's the third? That's 15 Bitcoin protecting 107,500 now. That's kind of cool. Someone's going big out long there. Notice funding rates going down currently. Like we were back up at 0.01%, but with this up move, longs are closing, and funding rate is actually, or new shorts are opening and longs are closing, and funding rates are actually coming back down. It's gonna be paid in 1 hour. 1 hour, 20 minutes, yeah. We'll see where they are by then, but but that's interesting. People are really good on my exchange. They sell pumps and they buy dips, and they even sell pumps before price reverses. So, but they're positive. You know, right now funding rates are positive. So even though the recent dumps liquidated a lot of longs, there are more longs than shorts. Kind of makes sense. I mean, bulls are rich at this point. You know, we're at 107,000. Even if they get liquidated, they still have money to try again. What's dominance doing? Let's check that out. Ooh, nice. It's going down a bit, 0.3% down now. We have ETH actually rising a bit on the pair.
Yo, XRP is running. It's taking that dominance.
No, it's doing the same as ETH, 4% up, yeah. And Sol actually is up 5%. And then Hype is beating them all, 12% up. But that's like smaller cap. But yeah, are we gonna get a summer alt season?
Yes, we will.
Drew, you're here finally, man. Where were you? There were big buys. I was screaming big buys, but
I was talking to Coinbase because now I'm a beta user and I VIP, and I will be testing some things, and they're giving me a free $300 subscription premium
Yo,
every month.
wait, Drew. Actually, I got the same email. I got a text. I thought it was a scam.
No, I looked it up. I didn't give everything seems legit. I talked to, I went and checked, and the email came from Coinbase.com. So I didn't give any personal information. I called from a different phone number just to make sure. I didn't do the Google Calendar appointment.
Wait, was the guy's name John Pessalarato? He's like early look Coinbase Advanced VIP program.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like 25% uncapped, $300. So wait, what is this? I literally saw it and I was like, they're not gonna get me, and I ignored it.
Yeah. Why? I just don't. What I did, I was like, I just replied to his email. I was like, I don't do Google Calendar meets, because that's also, you got to be careful with anything interacting with any emails that you have connected to any emails that you have connected to any sites. And I have like proto mail, I have some Gmail accounts, I have some old Yahoo accounts, and anyway, so I make sure I switch my emails a lot on my on exchanges. I don't keep that in the same email for longer than like 3 months. So anyways, I was like, I don't want to do Google Calendar. So he gave me a cell number. I called him up from a different number, from a private number, and shot the shit with him. And he didn't ask for any information, nothing. And he was just asking if I have any input, and I gave him input, and he took notes, and that was it.
Oh, that's awesome, bro. If you're getting that for free, I actually paid it for my first month with Coinbase, and I mean, it's helpful. If you put in a lot of trades, like you do end up saving money, but you really got to put in volume. But yeah, they have some cool perks like free wire transfers. You can like convert and things like that.
Really good.
So wait,
and he also is giving me the Coinbase master. I'm gonna be one of the first users for the MasterCard. Yeah, but I looked up his LinkedIn. He's from White
It's not a MasterCard. Did he say MasterCard? It's an American Express.
I mean, American Express. My bad. It's Coinbase American Express with 4%.
What? Oh, that's new. I have their Visa. It's like a Visa debit card though.
Yeah, they announced it last week. They're doing.
Yeah, the Visa unfortunately only giving 0.5% right now on the debit card. They used to give 4.5% back in the day. I used to milk that hard.
Damn. Yeah, they definitely lowered it.
So it's gonna be. So you basically get Coinbase One for free for a year.
Not
for a year. I thought it was 1 month.
No, Coinbase One Premium, the one that's $399.
Oh, they upped the price. I thought it was $299.
The one that's $299. That's the premium one. Yeah, $299. So,
but you said 1 month, not for the year, right?
Not 1 month, maybe even longer than a year. It's like an ongoing thing.
What? Yeah. Bro, that's
it
huge.
Might even be forever if I keep on like testing their stuff. I guess it's almost like a beta tester. We get access to the platforms first, and they kind of observe us how we're trading and everything. So,
I mean, I'm happy you got that. I'm just pissed. I actually paid full price for it last month, and I told them cancel this shit. I don't want it.
I mean, they're doing usually, I think, that go into do a lot of volume, like in and out trades, swing trading a lot. If you generate a lot of volume, I think those are the people that they reached out to. Who just told me that John reached out to him? You have a generous amount of volume?
The email. Say what?
Like, do you do some pretty good volume? Do you like swing, heavy hitters a little bit?
I do. But I said, I saw this email, and I swear, bro, I saw it and I was like, I thought it was, I even looked at the email and it did say Coinbase.com, and I was like, I kind of ignored it.
Yeah. So did I first, and I dug into the PDFs and everything. And that's, it's like some people couldn't spoof Coinbase.com. That's why I asked for his number. I called him up.
Yeah, so I guess I should do it. So I'm just gonna call him, I guess. And just be like, yo, hook me up, John. I really want to get that card, man. I want to get that card. and I want to try perps. I was talking about perps last night. I don't know if you remember, but I was talking about how perps is like Coinbase doing perps is really gonna bring like I think it's just gonna bring more eyes on the crypto and just more people are gonna start participating that maybe weren't or maybe put more money in. Hopefully they don't lose it, but either or.
It should add volatility, no? Bearish on the long run, though.
Is it actually just you weren't here for it? So do you think someone was debating with me saying it was a net negative, and I was like, it's got to be a net positive overall.
Well, it's more fees, so the company making more money, right? Coinbase will potentially make more money, which means that users will have less crypto. So it's it's all about fees, right? For Coinbase. Well, it probably doesn't change anything, in the end. Because those who play on perpetual, they're gonna leave spot to go there, right?
No, but
They'll make less
they're gonna
fees on
allow
spot.
they're gonna allow what's it called, multi-asset. So like you can use, if you have Bitcoin or ETH, it can be used as collateral for your trade.
Yeah, of course, that's already the case on most exchanges. If you have a unified cross-margin account, whatever is in there is collateral for your trades on cross.
Is my mic working?
Yep.
Yeah, we hear
All
you.
right. All right, cool. Yeah, my phone died. He also tried to get me on perps, and I was like, "Nah, sorry. Doctor said I'm allergic to futures and perps and all that leverage stuff." He's like, "Okay, noted. I will not be pitching you anything involving that."
Oh, he was trying to get you. I thought they were gonna roll it out everywhere. I guess maybe not.
No, the users, VIP users get first. And he asked if I wanted that, and I said, no, thank you. I was like, nah, doctor said I'm allergic to that. Maybe next year once I make sure my risk management is top notch. But yeah, to be safe, on the safe side, if that happens, or, if you're reaching back out, if that happens to anyone, just, don't interact with any kind of calendar, email calendar appointments. Like, dude, let me get your phone number and we'll talk. And call from a private number or some other number that's not connected to your account. And don't give it on any personal information. He tried to ask, he's like, oh, so you, where are you from? And I was like, well, Coinbase should know where I'm from, but I told him a kind of area because I know what area he's from. But he's like, yeah, right. He's like, I was just, trying to shoot the shit. But I didn't give him any personal information. He's like, everything's going to be updated automatically. So I don't have to fill out any forms. I just had to talk to him, and I'm going to be getting the updates.
That's cool, bro. That they let you guys beta test. Yeah, let me know what you think of it. I mean, it should be good. You get like free spot trades and stuff. But just the slippage is kind of insane on that though. Just keep an eye.
What, it doesn't use the same order book?
Like if you use like your spot account, not the premium, you have to like switch or something, and then you get 0 transaction fees.
Oh yeah, that's they don't give you a good spread usually. Probably that's on Coinbase regular if you're not using advanced, and then they give you free fees. But I don't think it's worth it. I did some test runs. Maybe I'll do some test run once I have this premium thing. But
yeah, man. Hopefully they tighten it, bro. Because when I was doing it, it was better to buy off market using the advanced user.
Yeah, I think they know that too. They're just like, all right, if people want to be lazy and use like the regular, not the advanced, we're going to tax them a little bit.
Oh, for sure, tax them. Is Bitcoin making a little bull flag right there? Is that what I'm seeing?
I don't know. It's back at 107.5. Well, you know me, I erase price when I consider it pump too much, so I cheat. So wait, last time we extended by 8% too much. What if we do 4% this time? Oh, that's ETH, sorry. Never mind.
I asked this guy if he's bullish or bearish. He's like, I'm a terrible trader. That's why I work for Coinbase. You know, I wish I didn't have to work, but my trading is very bad. But he said he's bullish on Bitcoin and bearish on everything else.
That's crazy. Yo, he actually has a Twitter handle called Coinbase, or not him, but I guess it has its own Twitter handle called Coinbase Traders. I guess it's the official handle of Coinbase Advanced, a home for traders.
Yeah, he's trying to like they're making a new group. It's like a new thing they're doing. I don't know, but
Just says lower fees, exclusive dinners. This sounds weird, bro. It sounds a little weird. VIP to events like F1 and NBA All-Star. Sounds too good to be true.
People don't get scammed by people saying that from Coinbase. Be careful.
I know, definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him. But I mean, if you don't have to, I'm not filling out anything. As long as I'm not giving any information.
Yeah, no information whatsoever. Like nothing, you know. And I went on the LinkedIn and see if things matched up. Seems like dude's legit. Got 700 followers. Real people. He's interacting, doing things for Coinbase. He's part of the derivatives group.
But the 15 minutes had a. I'm 7 minutes late to mention it, but the 15 minute had a big wick candle. Did close? That's ETH, sorry. It's probably the same on Bitcoin though.
Please eat. Please drop down.
Actually, it's much less bearish on Bitcoin than on ETH. Yeah. Well, no more TPing for me. I guess time to go do a bit something else now, because there's two options. Either we dump, I'll just buy back whatever I sold, or we pump, and then that's gonna take a while. Because I'm not interested in TPing anything else before price discovery now, so.
Yeah, same. I'm not. I don't want to scalp like with 3 vectors right below me.
But I did, man. I hit up a TP. Yeah, it's Monday. I don't know. I guess that's why. Getting psychologically influenced by these wars and It's kind of ridiculous though, like 1%, 1% kind of TP, but
Yes, tell me about it.
it's but it's something.
If Bitcoin doesn't tell you what's about to happen, like the alts are already pointing downwards.
Yeah, but they've been pointing downwards for 3 years, you know, some of them. So for me, it's just the beginning of a bet.
Stop making
Like,
me laugh, Zeus.
no,
Like, I
no,
know
but
that.
seriously, like like that Chili's trade. Like, man, we haven't moved. We're
That's
at like,
horrible. I haven't heard Chile since last cycle, man.
yeah, it moved 5%, but that thing is down a lot, right? I mean, it's kind of the same on Sui. Actually, well, you know, if you bought the ABC, you're long from 2.8,
If you think about it,
2.9.
Sui is in its median right now. If it started at $1 this cycle, and then it hit $5 at $3, it looks pretty good. $3 is still okay. It
Or
has to
even
maintain it though.
XRP, if you bought $2, we're not at $3 for all I know. So yeah, we're starting to pump. It's cool. But when you zoom out, well, actually, don't zoom out too much on XRP, right? But if you zoom out a little bit, not too much, because then you're gonna see a huge move from 50 cents to $3. But if you ignore that anomaly, which is hard to do, by the way. But yeah, if you ignore that anomaly, we're still sitting closer to the bottom of the range than the top of the range. Right? While Bitcoin is now about to, well, it's like, what, it's 5% away from price discovery, and it's like 2% away from a local high, and that's not the case for these alts. Like on XRP, you need 30% pump to make more money than if you just hold the Bitcoin. I mean, no, you'll probably make more anyway, but compared to the risk you took, I guess.
I'm on shorts now. I'm shorting Sol and Sui right now.
Ooh, good luck, sir. Thank you
Yeah, 50.
for going against what majority is
Like
doing.
I
Which
told you, like I'm like you, man.
humbling.
I'm a contrarian trader, man. I look for reversals. Reversals is where you get your entries.
That's a good play. Yeah, I'm not interested. No,
I'm your man too. I'm on short on ETH, and
oh,
I'm hoping to get some money.
Yeah, yeah. I'm short on Sol, Sui.
Do you think
I'm
now Bitcoin is going to retest?
yeah. Bitcoin has to retest. I mean, it's healthy. I think that's the reason why the market maker wanted to just push it up a bit, so that the
Yeah.
retest won't be at 105 or 106. It will be somewhere up here at like 106.6. You get what I mean? Instead of a
Only
what?
lower retest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
only I can tell
You
is
guys,
make
you just
this.
want to short $1,000 on Bitcoin?
No, I'm not shorting, right? I'm not shorting Bitcoin right now. I'm shorting alts so I can get more.
Uh, there's potential for more on a short at this area than just 1,000 lower on Bitcoin.
I don't know. I'm not shorting Bitcoin at the moment because like that's just too short of a distance. So that's why I'm shorting alts right now. And then
Well, it's like it's like 6% potentially. You know that till the bullish trigger reversal. So.
For Sol, it has a good. It can bounce really well at 153. So that's a good 2-3%. That'll give me more than 60%. So that's pretty good. Oh well, actually, give me more. So I'm gonna stick to it for now. See what happens. Yeah, my short started on the wick, so I'm pretty safe at the moment.
No, me, I'm passing on the short still. There's no need to make money both sides. Oh, avoid that headache.
I don't know. I'm looking at the fact that Sol just and it's on the 15. It just made 2 lower lows, so this is a pretty good short on Sol and on SWE. So I'm gonna be hitting both. Let's see.
So the Coinbase traders handle is legit, because if you look, it has that hyperlink to the Coinbase account, the authenticated thing from x.com. Has 40,000 followers, so looks legit. And yes, they're doing exclusive dinners and VIP access to events.
Well, nice to hear that we have VIPs in the channel.
Yeah, I'll be giving you guys the lowdown every day and let you know what's popping on these versions.
It just took me 5 years to realize that, but all good. So which alt is outperforming here? Is AI stuff doing good? Is real world asset stuff doing good? What's
AI did pretty well during the weekend.
What's up with this 0.3% drop in dominance?
You want to see an interesting chart? Look at what happened to Tron.
Oh yeah,
just
that
in,
coin
up to
is
his
different.
yeah, just in
Interesting
up to
chart,
his
different
thing.
chart. Well, overall, pretty green day in the stock market too. Like Europe, America, things are green. Green Monday. Yeah. Flat weekend followed by a green Monday. Sell off on Friday, Thursday, Friday, then green Monday.
So it looks like Coinbase filed a S1 for spot Solana ETF today. I'm sure that helped out Solana today, right? Solana got extra push probably from that. Oh, and Trump. Truth Social has filed for Bitcoin and Ethereum ETF as well. Everybody wants an ETF. You get an ETF. You get an ETF.
Spot ETF, you said? One-to-one pack?
Yeah, for Truth Social. Why would they be filing? I guess. Interesting. And Michael Saylor's strategy buys another 10,100 Bitcoin. I don't know if you guys heard that news. $1.08 billion worth of Bitcoin a few hours ago.
Oh, he's the one absorbing cells then, okay.
Vietnam just passed a law officially recognizing crypto assets.
So can I pay my shoes in Bitcoin now?
Maybe.
Can I pay the tariff in Bitcoin? Oh, man,
Maybe.
it would be craziness to spend money, spend Bitcoin for shoes though.
I'll be right back.
You know, it's funny. Last time I got front runner on ETH with a limit order, I was saying next time I'll just market, but I failed to do that actually, but this time it was further away. Like I wanted to buy 2,431.2 and price reversed at like $4 higher. So it is a bit further because last time it was really very, very, very close, like less than $1. But
Have you got?
second time.
Have you guys heard of Cake? It just got released on
Yeah, of course.
Coinbase at 11 a.m. They just added it. I
Oh,
haven't
really?
heard of it before. Cake, yeah. It's
Yeah,
at
Pancake
$2
Swap.
and
Yeah, Pancake Swap's Dow coin. Yeah.
they just added it. Looks like it's at a
Well,
good price.
yeah, it took them long enough.
I'll make some coffee. Right back.
Yeah, Cake's in every exchange except for Coinbase.
There's a green bubble. That's odd.
Okay. This tiny device has so much information.
Doge isn't really doing much today. These memes.
It's the calm before the storm.
Yeah, right. Or it's the continuation of the retrace of that huge bump to 50 cents, and I don't know. But yeah, it gets less influenced by ETH than other coins, though, because it's big enough to act on its own.
Yeah. And Bitcoin, I mean, of course it follows Bitcoin, but I love the Doge Bitcoin pair that still hasn't broke that support. Barely. It's just hanging on it right now, which seems like it's a perfect entrance.
180 Satoshis, or we're higher now, no?
Right now we are at
160? Oh.
166.
Okay, it's at bear market bottom, basically. Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
166.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. You have to go back like 4 years ago to find Doge at the same level. Yeah. That's true for a lot of coins, though, and yeah, well.
Yeah, except a lot of the coins, if you zoom out on the Doge BTC pair, like go back to 2021. You said we're still kind of, if you look at a monthly or something, it's still kind of in a bull flag.
Yeah. Parallel downward, right?
Yeah, parallel downward on off the post.
So the next touch would be around 100 Satoshis if it loses the support, right? Like if we see Bitcoin pump to 150K, but Doge like remain around 16 cents, that's gonna be easily happen. But yeah, if Doge finds support, like it's a triple bottom on the weekly, right? At 160 Satoshis.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Even if it doesn't happen, if the first scenario, what you said, happens, I think that's still going to be good because I think a lot of alts are going to run after Bitcoin does that push.
I mean, if this was a dollar chart, I'd say we need a wick below 158 Satoshis to just, really scare people and then reverse it back up to or maybe to reverse the bull flag, the downtrend you're talking about. That's been going on for a while now. It's been 4 years.
Yeah, but the dollar has the reversal. The Doge dollar already has it.
Yeah, but it's because
But I see what you're saying. It would be nice to have it on the Bitcoin pair.
Yeah, the C leg, well, the low, basically. Like we're so close here. It's so close. Like all you need is Bitcoin up 5% while Doge doesn't do anything, and it looks like that's what's happening today. No, like we have Bitcoin up 2%, Doge up 1%. Nah, never mind. But if Bitcoin pumps another 3-4% while Doge doesn't, you're gonna get an opportunity at flipping Bitcoin to Doge. That's probably well, it'll be the best opportunity that we've had in the last 4 years at doing that. It doesn't mean it's not gonna just collapse another 30% down, but what a support, right? That 100 Satoshis is likely support.
Nvidia just hit its 886. It's about $7 from its all-time high now. It could break out. Could break out to price discovery.
Yeah.
But it most likely will get rejected around here somewhere, around 146, 147. I think. Maybe not. Yo, Drew, are you still here?
Yep.
Yeah, I just called the guy. He seemed pretty cool. He said, yeah, didn't ask for anything. He just said, yeah, he just was like an overview of everything, and he was just like, you should reflect on July 1st.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was curious if he was going to ask you anything personal. So yeah, it's good. I looked up his LinkedIn and everything kind of, passes. And the Coinbase traders is legit, actually. That's
It's an international thing. In the U.S., so like international, if you're going to have the premium, you're not going to get the 8%. International gets 8% on USDC staking if you put it in perpetual folder. But he said there's going to be something for U.S. customers similar. It might not be 8% like they're giving to international clients.
But 8% isn't very good. You can get 25% on USDE. There's a limit though.
8% is great to have, and to have some insurance on it too.
Yeah, but you can get 25% on USDE.
USD, who issues USDE?
It's more risky. It's Etana.
Exactly. Like, would you put, $250,000
Nah,
in
nah,
USDE? Yeah.
no. No,
That's
but
what
you could split it and put like a bit there, yeah.
Hmm.
Actually, it's probably less. In a sense, it depends if you trust the project, but
Apple
or the
gives you
team.
Apple
But in a
gives you
sense,
4.5% you can get off Apple.
it's more secure than banks because it's using Bitcoin's volatility to guarantee available liquidity and stability of your asset. So when you TP your USDE, they're gonna need to sell Bitcoin, right? And because we trust in Bitcoin, then it's like mixing our trust in Bitcoin with our distrust in the banking system. I mean, Etana's success will be the day one stablecoin depegs. Like if a bank goes bankrupt again, maybe in 2028 or I don't know, like next banking crisis. If Etana is able to maintain its coin correctly pegged while USDC or USDT depegs, that'll be the real test, right? We'll know if.
Well, I kind of like that USDC has already been through the ringer and it's proven itself. It depegged, but very short time and repegged quick.
Yeah, but like next time a bank goes bankrupt, you know that USDC will depeg again, right? And
No,
the
no,
government
no,
will
no. 'Cause
intervene again.
no, that's what I'm saying. Now that it's already happened, they're better prepared for it. The ones that it hasn't happened to, those are going to be the ones to be careful with. I mean, you have to be careful with all of them, but right now I think USDC is much better prepared for a scenario like what happened with Three Arrows and all the other banks.
Yo, Circle's up over 20% today.
Yeah. Pre-market, it was. Yeah.
I think, dude, Trump, the administration might actually have USDC, the pilot program for the digital dollar. And now there's going to be like some kind of approval, I think, of USDC. This is my hunch because Circle, they already have positioning inside the feds. There's a crypto task force that was, I think, active for 3 or 4 years already. And they had a representative, a high ranking representative from Circle inside the US Fed crypto task force. And vice versa, they hired Coinbase. I mean, no, Circle hired somebody that was, I don't know how they're allowed to do this, but this guy's like working 2 jobs and, they're part of the task force and at Coinbase right now. So I think the next step right now is the administration is going to give the green light to USDC to become legal tender. Ooh. It's going to be the new digital dollar. The United States digital coin. I'll be right back.
Actually, yeah, I'm out of the loop. It was a year ago. USD was giving 25% or 6 months ago. Right now, it's at 6.5%. The 30-day average USDE APY is 6.5. Yeah. So it's coming back to reason, I guess. When it first got released, I think we were even at 40% APY. But now it's something reasonable. Yeah. Well, more reasonable. It's still above the Fed's rate, though. But stacked USDE gives normally 4% at least, yeah.
Hey, Zuzi, would you say a lot of these charts right now are forming an Adam and Eve?
Yes, but the Eve part didn't go low enough on Bitcoin, though. But yeah. You had a double bottom Eve kind of thingy, yeah. On Bitcoin, just a local structure, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of the alts, they have a pretty clear Adam and Eve.
Just looking at 102 as an Adam, huh? Not the bigger 100,000 Adam.
Well, like for instance, I'm looking at those, and yeah, Adam is a little bit lower, Eve is a little bit higher. The Eve is nice and rounded, or you can actually make a round Eve, Adam pointed. Yeah, those looks like it has a nice Adam and Eve almost finishing.
So we retest.
Measured move of that might be at 192, 191 on those.
It's like on the hourly, no?
Yeah, I mean, even if you zoom out on a 15-minute, 5-minute, half hour, you could see it. 4 hour.
Dump, dump, recover, and then retest the previous low, but slower this time around. It took it like much more time, right? Giving it a more rounded structure, although it didn't. Well, Bitcoin didn't go low enough, yeah, but I guess that's fine too. Eve doesn't have to go all the way to the bottom. It's not an Adam and Eve double bottom. It's just an Adam and Eve structure.
Yeah. Okay, because Adam and Eve, the Eve is usually higher than Adam, right? It's supposed to be, and if not, it's technically
not in a double bottom.
But you can still have an Adam and Eve bullish reversal, even though you don't have a double bottom, right? It can be a higher. Eve can be a higher low.
Yeah.
Bitcoin getting a little bit of sell.
It typically is a higher low.
Yeah.
Just a regular Adam and Eve. The Eve is
big sales, big sales coming in. Let's see if old Biddy can hold these levels. Previous resistance was 107,000.
Yeah.
270-ish. 107,000.
Well, I just call it 107 because it's not.
It's a little bit above 107. Yeah.
For ABC, the entry point is 106,539. That's the lowest point on the left on 25th of May, right? But it's more. But it's more general area. Like it acted as support on 25th May. Then when we broke it, we came back to it on the 4th of January, right? 3rd of June, sorry. 3rd of June, we went back to it, but we went a bit higher. We went to 106,800. Then we came back down. Then we breached it like there's nothing there. And then on the way down, you hold support at 106.5 temporarily before getting back below it again. And on the way up, it seems like we've backtested 106.500 as support on the hourly time frame. And that gave us a new high now at 107.800, which is just shy of 108. And I guess a lot of people are interested in TPing this area. We'll see if they're right or not. Sales are being cancelled up there. The 109K level, yeah, just got cancelled.
Hold your Bitcoin if you want to save it. Pull it.
Yeah, did he tell you he's gonna give you the card too? The credit card?
No, he said he's making like a list. I actually asked him about it. He wasn't really trying to give me. I guess maybe since I talked to you, I had my questions ready for him. I was like, yo, so what about that card? He's like, oh yeah, the card. He's like, I could definitely put you down on the list. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely interested in that card. He's
Yeah, he
like,
didn't say he was giving it to me. He said he's putting me on the list. Yeah.
yeah. He's like, man, I was like, you just getting everything. But he said he's gonna give me. He said put me on the list, and he said maybe like mid-August we may get it because he's like, employees haven't even been able to like test it out yet. So I was like, oh, okay, gotcha.
That's cool. Yeah, at least we're on the list, you know.
Yeah, most exchanges already have all of that.
Yeah, Gemini is giving out 4% too, if anybody's interested. 4% Bitcoin every time you use Gemini card.
Yeah, but you know, Binance, Bybit, they all have a credit card. Everybody can get it if you want
Yeah.
to.
Some
There's
have
no like,
debit
don't need to
cards
be
too.
VIP or anything.
Yo, Bybit has a credit card.
Yeah, of course.
Oh wow.
Robinhood has debit.
Bybit has
Can
everything.
I ask who is telling these big buyers coming in, big selling coming in? Because I don't know why, but I'm following this language and these words, and I am betting. So it's not sellers coming in, and it's buyers coming in.
Well, right now, we got, let's see what the tape says. Right now, it looks like there's more buyers coming in. But yeah, when I see a big buy, I say big buy. That big buy is usually above $1 million. Big sell above $1 million. But yeah, you shouldn't do any trade based on what I say, though. Make sure you check for yourself.
Hey guys.
Dbloc has the tape, though. You can look for yourself. Dbloc on the left side of Dbloc's chart on the YouTube, you can see the tape to see when there's big buys and big sells. So you don't have to wait to listen. What's up, man?
Hey guys, so I just wanted to fill in on the Bybit card. So I even have some colleagues at my work that are not in crypto at all and have nothing with it, but they just made a Bybit account to and just bought, well, what is it, USDT, just for them to get the 10% cashback. And there are some people that even did down payment on their house and got 10% back, like, you know. So might be even interesting, even if you're not in crypto at all.
Yeah, it does sound interesting.
If you have a big purchase to make, I mean, you can get. I don't know, Zusi. You don't. I've also have the Bybit card, but I don't know if it's 10% cashback at this moment. I don't think it is. It was at a certain moment last year.
I don't have it, and I'm not interested. It would make me spend my crypto. I'd rather spend fiat, not crypto.
Yeah, but technically you're not you can.
Yeah, I know, but I'd rather not mix both, right? I'll probably get it eventually.
But what was there?
Yeah, you're not spending crypto. If you're using a credit card, you're getting crypto. You just use the credit card to purchase things and you get rewards in crypto. You're not spending crypto. Because you're still paying your debt from your credit card in fiat. You're just getting rewarded in crypto.
But technically, it's also not a credit card; it's a debit card because you.
Oh, you're talking about a debit card? Okay, I thought you were talking about a credit card.
No, I think the Bybit card is a debit card, so you can only spend what you have already. You cannot borrow, so to speak.
Yeah, and you can choose which coins it's gonna market sell if you're out of. Well, you can choose which coins of your portfolio are being used when you use it. But imagine you go buy a pair of shoes and you just dumped Bitcoin because of it. Oh, dangerous stuff.
Yeah, but that's not how you do it. Eh?
Yeah,
You make
you
your
have a
profits and then you put it in
you
USDT,
can
and then the part
yeah,
you
just keep a little bit of stable in there. That's all you have to do.
Or I mean, you can always select, like in Coinbase, you can select it so it only uses like either crypto assets or just USDC. So if you have no stables and you try to swipe it, it's not gonna go through, and it won't sell your crypto.
Yeah.
I just don't like the fact of mixing both, right? One is like supposed to be more like trading investment, and your bank
Yeah, but
gives you a
you're
card
not
to spend
mixing
money
it
on.
though.
Trump's live right now.
Oh, big buys. Let's do it. Let's do it, Trump. Come on, give us some good news, Trump. Don't give us any bearish news today. We need the bulls.
But the bulls are already here today, right? So he can only achieve a reversal.
He needs to give the bulls some extra food, though. The bulls are still hungry.
I think if you dropped an EMP where he is and he just did nothing, would probably continue the trend, right?
Trump is going to feed us. Feed us, King. Oh, big King, please feed us. Elon Musk is thy king.
He's standing. He's standing next to the Prime Minister of Canada. The Prime Minister of Canada has really bad posture.
He's scared of Trump.
Dude, look! Take a look at the way he's standing. He's like hunched over.
Yo, he's scared of Trump. I'm telling you.
Oh god, I actually had to unmute myself so you could hear me, lol. He's scared of Trump. Dude, Trump's tall, man. Trump is a tall guy.
He knows Trump wants to buy his ass out, and he knows he got the money to do it.
Yeah, Trump has a nasty swing in golf. Oh.
Baru says no bulls today. Sorry. We'll see. I don't know. These bulls are still out here swinging. They
Guys,
woke up hungry
Palantir.
this morning.
Palantir is at 143. Price discovery, boys. Let's go.
Nice.
Yeah. Stocks is looking good.
Is he saying anything interesting?
Right now for crypto, it's I think it's not bearish nor bullish. It's just like I think it's just playing like who goes first? You go first, you know? Because we haven't really broken anything just yet. I mean, we hit 107,600. That's pretty bullish, but in terms of like Monday market open movement, nothing that big yet. I mean, alts is just swimming sideways.
Well, it followed SPY, right? Green day on or green market open, green
Yeah, but
also
for
on
stocks,
Bitcoin.
stocks are doing pretty good. Let's check on commodities. How is oil doing?
Oh, it's pulling back a bit, but
Crude oil. Oh no, crude oil just bounced. Susie.
Oh, it did really.
Yeah.
Oh, for today. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the 1 day. Let me look at the 1
On the
hour.
daily, we're in a strong uptrend. Yeah, it pumped
Yeah, yeah.
40% since the beginning of May, or 45%. So
Yep,
you
yep,
should
yep,
you
yep.
should
Oil's
feel it
looking good.
in next time you fill up your car, even no.
I'm on silver though. Silver is looking really good. Silver is on a 13-year high and maintaining its full flag. Next, people are saying the next target is at 38. Here. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that chart on the 1 day. That's amazing.
Then those reporters, they are worse than the Discord here. I mean, they all talk
Guys,
to each other.
gold is at 3,400. We're about to do another high. You guys got to get ready. Look at that. Look at that. I have a feeling it's going to retest 3,500 this week. Yeah, I think for Monday we just have to wait for Bitcoin to make a decision in this zone. Everything else is just waiting on it.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. $1.9 million, 1.3 million, another 998,000, another 1.8 million, 1.2 million. Big buys.
We're going down seriously, huh? Getting those sweet liquidations.
Yeah, we still haven't tested the previous resistance as support, which would be at 107,253. That would be a very nice bounce if we can bounce off there. I think it's good that we're going to test the previous resistance. I'll be right back.
Mic check.
I hear you. Hello.
What up, BJ?
What's up, BJ?
How about you? Are you good?
Doing good.
I hope everybody's having a great day.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's been a good day. Been a good day.
Mhm.
Just waiting on Bitcoin on what it wants to do for a Monday. For a Monday. Looks bullish though.
Mhm. Are you in, Todd? You having fun?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm in ZBCN. I'm up like 22%, and XRP I'm up 15%. And yep, having a good time. What are you trading, BJ?
CBCN, Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP. I mean, the list goes on.
All spot or futures?
Oh, I've been killing it on futures with this CBCN. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. No, that coin's friggin' awesome.
Yep.
So I've been trading it straight for like just in and out for the last 4 or 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
I've quadrupled my bag.
Yep. And then some. All right. Well, let's see. Ethereum. What should we do? Bitcoin and then Ethereum. XRP just broke 230.
I need these altcoins to pop.
Yeah, well, XRP, yeah, I came on and told you that it had passed that 225 resistance. I gave you a heads up. And now Ethereum is back over the 1 minute 50 MA and leaving behind the 200 MA. So it's ready to possibly head up over 2,645. And the target I have is 2,650.61. So that high up there is pretty strong though, above at 226.58. So if we can break that, that'll be a good break. Remember that the 200 MA is at about 2,700. So on the daily. So that's, giving a little bit of resistance up the top there. And so, we can probably bump our heads up against 2689. And then we'll see if it breaks through there. If we can get past, that the first line around 2669. Okay. Bitcoin, we need 107,000, 108,000 would be fantastic for the bulls. And before that, if we can go past 107,741, and even better would be the corner above 107.9. We're coming up against a fib curve, 5 on the 5 minute, which could, push us up over that 107,800 area. This also could be a time when we bump our head against that corner and we come back down underneath. Because we're kind of stretched out, and they got the 200 on the 5 minute coming up underneath that corner. So you have to be careful in this section. This is the midsection. And then that fib zone that we're entering in is the meat. And so this where, you know, if you don't get high enough, then you round the corner and you come down, and this could be the spot where we go under 107,000 and over around the corner. So you, and a lot of times you know, find the chop area after we hit 100,800 if we don't go up farther past 108. I said 108,000, I meant 107,800. So this is a tricky area we're entering into, is what I'm trying to say.
Let's get this pump.
Yep. If we really get bullish, you can go 108,500 and we can continue on to 109. I like 109.2, but that's gonna take some doing here.
Blast up to 110.
Could be. That arc does take you up there, so it's like I said, it's doable. Just we just have to see if we have the volume.
Another one buys 10,100 bitcoins.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens.
So,
my buy didn't get filled on that CBCN for my maybe it'll come back. So let's see what XRP is doing right now. We got 231.84.
do you think it's good to place bets now on XRP, SWI, Solana, and AVEX, maybe?
I mean, you're at the top, so you know what the saying is: don't be a bag holder, don't buy a top. But you know, you can find a strategic entry possibly. You can maybe try a slow entry. You know, there's a laddering technique, possibly try a dip. See if we can't hold that upper, you know, level after we break resistance. Oftentimes you get a pullback after that. So we might even come back down underneath $2.28 on XRP. Might even test, let's see, even 221. It's possible. We can even come lower than that. We can come down to the daily open. The daily open is at 217. I mean, all of that's possible. But it's also possible that we climb pretty high. So you have to see what's on your chart. Know your tolerance for the risk. Buying on spot, it's a little different than on leverage. All those things. So I can't tell you.
Yeah, right. But you warned me, so that's better than you told me. So thank you.
You know, there are breakout trading traders, and you could look for a breakout. So there's that scenario too. So if you see sometimes that my chart stalls, is if I'm looking at another one, I'm sorry, because I only have the one laptop, one screen, so still. But anyway, if I'm looking at something else, it will kind of make the one chart stall a little bit. So I apologize for that. So if you see it, the price kind of lagging, just sitting there, that's the reason I'm doing something else. All right, we gotta crack through this. 107,697, and then after that is 107,745, and after that is 107,780, and then if we break through that, there's 107,899. I guess I can give one more. It'd be 108,004 after that. If we can cut through all that. If we fail here and come under the 5 EMA, it's possible to come down to 107,410, and then the 50 EMA on the, what are we, a 5 minute is sitting around 107,276, and then the underneath that area is 107,043. And then you have your 200 EMA down at about 106.7.
We'll see if the Bulls can push this.
Mm-hmm.
Nice early in the week too. We get to keep this momentum. Hold on till Wednesday. If we stay above this 105, that could be really bullish.
It sure could. And keep in mind that there is nothing open on Thursday, the 19th. That's a federal holiday.
What holiday is that?
That's Juneteenth.
Oh, Juneteenth. That's right. Mm-hmm.
So we'll have that Fed, meeting the 17th and 18th. The press conference is at 2:30 after the announcement at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And then the next day, the markets aren't open, but crypto is, obviously.
Nice. I found a nice TA. I found Crypto Basic for Doge. I want to share real quick. And they're saying that Doge bounced off a key support trend line on the daily as a prevailing downtrend fades. Lower price reaction from 17 cents demand zone. Looks like Doge is coming for a comeback, a bullish comeback with its first bullish candle in 5 days. It's aiming to test the 23.60 Fibonacci retracement level. That would be at 0.2135. And the daily RSI is turned positive. It's in the almost totally oversold region. So that's a good signal for a comeback on Doge. Of course, we need Bitcoin to hold these levels. What else? The RSI, bullish divergence. Previous two bottoms were formed around the 17 cents demand zone. So it could be possible double bottom reversal. Doge also closed the proximity of the MACD and looks like a bullish crossover. And let's see what else. So the downside would be a close below the 17 cent demand zone, obviously. And it's a little spooky, but the main support under that is around 0.1298, just under 13 cents, according to this TA right here. There's a few other little levels of support, but I agree. It's 13-14 area would be a good bounce, but I'm hoping we don't get that low unless I'm in a scalp, of course, at the time. But there's a lot of long liquidation spikes that happen, and there's a little bit of optimism start surging with the Dojo fractal engine, and they also have the Doge operating system live, showing out 4 new Doge games. So there's going to be games on chain, and let's see, CoinGlass data that shows that open interest surged by 2.85%, reaching 1.83 billion, and bullish trading activities increasing according to CoinGlass. What else do we have here? And then it's past 24 hours reflected massive wipeout of bullish traders, and there's a lot of long liquidations. That was up to 4.23 million. Short liquidations remain limited at 1.56 million, but then balances dropped the long to short ratio 0.97 over the past 24 hours. So right now it seems like, 20 cents, pretty good conservative target. Yeah, it's up there. I have a resistance at 0.185, just a little bit above 0.185. We'll see, but a lot of people are saying 20 cents is the target if Bitcoin holds. And that was my Doge talk for the day.
And that was simply awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. And I got that data from Glassnode and Crypto Basic.
Only the best here at the Cypher. All right, Ethereum has some interest down at 2006.28.31. And then that 800 EMA from the 1 minute chart is at 2006.11. And if we fall through that hole, that can lead us to 25.93. So if we cannot hold this 50 and trade up towards 2006.53 and close at the curl down may occur here beneath the 200 EMA, which is currently at 2006.35.
Big buys, big buys.
All right, we need 107,893 here.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Broke a local resistance. Pretty nice.
Yep. Looking good. 893 we need. There it goes. Drop back a little bit, but we did break over it. So what's important to note for me at this particular spot is that these two descending angles coming down that we were just trying to bust over happen to be the 4-hour descending lines. And the black line is a 4-hour curve. So we've got our 5-minute time frame trying to come up over from the bottom and trade over the top of those descending angles. So that's why this particular spot is really important. And if we fail this and then we come down and around and go back and try again, you're really just trying a different spot on that descending line. But it's from the 4-hour chart. And the reason why that's important is because this curve is also from that. And that's what we came up from or down here. And so this is the descending on the 4 hour. And then the curve up is the ascending on the 4 hour. And so if we can cross this and head up to the next level, which would be over 108,500, then we are taking out that next descending line that is preventing us from making the 109,000 because those descending lines come up from here, you see? So we weren't able to trade over those lines on the horizontal up at 109 and 110. So that's why coming up through here now is real important because we have the support from the curve, and then if we break the resistance from the descending from the 5 minute, then it allows the other time frames to then continue our bullish momentum. So that's why it's important for me to see that cross there.
It does seem that the stock market and BTC are ignoring the Israeli, the war conflict, etc., and continuing on despite it. We'll see what happens in the next coming weeks. This conflict will probably continue for the next 2 to 3 weeks, play itself out. We'll see who gets involved, what phone calls are made, and we'll go from there. Over.
Thanks, Clive. Thank you.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Morning, BJ. Well, I don't know if it's still morning for you. It's afternoon.
Afternoon, Calfan. I'll be right there, okay? Hope you're well.
Thanks,
So
you
we
too.
do need to cross this line, the 107.8. Or excuse me, I mean, I keep saying that. We need to cross 108,000 and then up at 108, 167 or more. I mean, I'm just saying that would be the more bullish track. If we lose steam here, you know, we can pull back down through the middle and then hit that lower angular line. So, and that would kind of pause our momentum a bit.
Doge looks kind of good right now, I think.
Let's pop out of this 1-0 area. You know what I'm saying?
It's like I just got out over a high volume node and the belly area high. On the 15.
These alts need a push.
Okay, we need to break above 107,999 here to be on the more bullish side. And then there's a corner again at 108, 177 for the next resistance zone after 107,999. After that, it'll be 108,375.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Someone just dumped their big sell. Looks like we got a slight rejection right here. Looks like Bitcoin is testing another local high. Big buys coming in. Watch out. It's like Dogecoin is trying to approach that 1795 resistance. I think if Doge breaks 1795, next resistance 0.185, Bitcoin hangs out. I think Doge will get to 20 cents easy peasy. Big buys coming in. Watch out. Yeah, so I'm looking at the chart right now, and we see a 21 SMA plus the Ichimoku coil. I don't want to say it, but according to this 21 SMA plus the Ichimoku coil, there's speculations that could launch Doge to $4 to $5. Cup and handle plus the Gann arc equals a very explosive setup. Keep eye out. But yeah, I don't think $4 is going to happen this cycle. That's my opinion. We'd be lucky to see $1 this cycle. Very lucky. I'd be happy with 50 to 60 cents, to tell you the truth. Bitcoin bulls are still pushing. Still here. Big buys, big buys.
Dbloc, are you there?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just get my Uber Eats. I'll be right back.
What did he go to eat?
I don't think he's been on yet. I remember there was a gentleman asking about lending protocols. There is a Doge lending protocol. It's actually on the Doge operating system from the Doge team, or at least the my Doge team, which is Dogecoin designer Andy OS, a few other guys. But it's called MOAR. It's the first lending protocol built for Dogecoin. It's not on yet, but it's going to be live pretty soon. But if anybody wants updates on that, you got to be paying attention to what's happening with Doge OS. That's Doge operating system. And I think that Vietnam news is pretty big for Asia because right now, you know, Vietnam's officially joining the cryptocurrency market. And I think token, the whole thing is, what's the loss? They officially recognize crypto assets. But I think the tokens that will be prioritized for early market in Vietnam will be Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and Dogecoin.
No Sui?
Not yet. Where's the developer team from Sue? Are they Singapore?
Not sure. I would have to look that up.
Okay.
Don't make me throw your ass in that gulag. Or let me be nicer. Don't make me remove you from this chat. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. Not that big. Just $1 million here, $1 million there. Nothing crazy, but building up. 1.3 million.
They're buys?
Yep. Let's see. We just had another 740K buy, $200,000 sell, $400,000 buy. I'm talking about Bitcoin right now. Another $388,000 buy, $540,000 buy after $234,000 sell, $350,000 sell. Got another $200,000 sell, another $300,000 buy, $322,000 buy, $324,000 sell. Another few sellers, ranging from 300 to 400,000. And we got a few buys, 411, 300,000, 288. Yeah, the bulls are pushing. I don't think it's just market makers pushing here.
Yeah, we got short liquidations. Like it's kind of like a mini short squeeze happening.
Another $1.8 million buy.
On the US S&P futures too. It's happening.
What's good, gang?
What up, Dbloc?
Bitcoin price.
I'm just here drooling over the tape.
So I know you just got in Dbloc, but when you get a chance, after you have a chance to review everything, can you do me a favor and look at Jasmine? Because I took a short-term long scalp on it.
Yeah, you gotta give me a second to down this coffee, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
What's good, YouTube?
We chilling, we chilling.
That's what YouTube sounds like.
Yeah.
Drew, you remember Operation Libra?
Yeah.
Facebook? Remember how
Yep.
Zuckerberg used all the money he had to get all the top devs together and put this project, and then the government shit on him?
Basically, yeah.
That team pivoted and created Mystic Labs, created Sui. That's the Sui team.
Oh, for real?
Yep.
Interesting. Are they from Singapore, or do you know where they're
I
from?
think it's US. I've seen it on US lists of coins. I really don't know where they're.
I'm gonna look that up right now. 'Cause I'm
Yeah, you'd
interested.
have to. Yeah, you'd have to check. That's where that move protocol was designed. So
Yeah, it
it's
seems like it's based in Alexandria, in the United States.
yeah.
Founded in 2023.
So in essence, Sui is a fork of the open source Libra project.
I like that.
Nah, it's one of the main reasons I paid attention to it. It's a bang up team, bro. What's good, Jay? What's going on, H?
Yeah, Sui's logo is like a drop, right? It's like an S within a drop.
Yeah, it's like water.
Okay, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Okay.
like
So this time, Michael Saylor, he used preferred shares to buy his Bitcoin.
Yeah, he'll sell preferred shares to get his coins.
So he
Sometimes
added
he sells
another.
common, sometimes he sells preferred.
Uh-huh.
We're just under 1.5% from our target here, guys.
Looks like SEC acknowledged Truth Social's Bitcoin ETF. I'm still trying to put a finger on. So if Truth Social is filing a Bitcoin ETF, that means Truth Social is going to have an exchange.
They already have an exchange, remember?
Which one's
Connected with it, but no, if Truth Social is going, I'm not sure if they're doing I don't think they were doing an ETF. They were doing the Bitcoin standard shit, right? Where they're holding Bitcoin on their treasury.
Yeah, the one at the Treasury, that got approved as well.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
now
yeah.
they also filed for an ETF, and it's not approved, but it's acknowledged by the SEC. That's the first step. So they're
Oh, okay,
filing
yeah.
for an ETF as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
So I was like,
Must be nice to just be able to walk into the industry.
and walk in, basically getting showered with love.
Mm-hmm.
Dbloc, check out ETH. Let's go ETH.
Big buys, big buys.
Let's go ETH.
Yeah, a lot of alts are looking pretty feisty right now. I like it.
Yep.
So on ETH, we got back above that uptrend. That SR flip we were talking about last night. Wanted to get above that. The reason that we wanted to get above that is because we wanted to cancel out this bearish flag that was forming at the bottom. See the problem here, though? Can't be done pumping it. We gotta go. We gotta go. I don't care if we don't go a lot, but we gotta go. We gotta break this channel. If we reject here and come back down, it's not gonna be great. Not saying it breaks down, but the sentiment on the way down here because of this is gonna be shit.
Yeah, we just got another push on Bitcoin.
I don't have a lot of doubt that we hit target 109.4. I'd like for it to happen soon, though. I don't want to spend all day doing it.
There's that same wallet on Bybit with its $540,000 sells. Bing, 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 every second.
That right there is the trick, Sean. Because honestly, they look exactly the same. It's all about what happens at the top.
So before that 109 target, You see, like we had a pivot point around 108.3 or something like that. Previous pivot point on like an hourly, 4 hour, 6 hour. So tweezer top right there, 108.300.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking that's going to be the first like kind of hard resistance to get through. Might get a little rejection and do like a double something, hit off that before we continue. Getting some nice buys right now.
Let's go.
Big buys, big buys.
We did what we were talking about last night would be the most bullish, coming back and holding that full recovery. Can't complain about that at all.
Not at all. There's some happy campers out there.
Yeah, Charles, but they're still to the end of the day. That's why on the stream I said Bitcoin 24 hours of bullishness. Monday night, start looking for a pivot. Monday afternoon, depending on how we top out. And then I'm looking for a 3-day retracement. So what I want to do is put the biggest bubble underneath us as possible right now. How are blue candles manipulation high def? You just be talking, bro. just say anything.
Yeah, he's trying to get that #1 crown.
Oh, okay. I respect it. I see that. I see what the plan is.
Got to say anything, right?
Yeah. You just got to keep yapping. Nah, a little crown thing is dope, bro. It brought a little gamification to the chat. I think it's funny.
Mm-hmm. I like that, yeah. There should be rules that, like, you have to say like full phrases. You can't just be like 2 words, post, 2 words, post, and black out everyone else. Oh, we're getting some nice buys here. Pushy.
We got 1 hour till we have to reset the stream and see how much damage we could do here.
Yeah, hourly just came in.
Soul moving as well. It just broke the 2.618 that it's been trying to break the whole day. Just broke it. Finished its retest. It's flying now. Let's go, Soul.
Yeah, Soul had some good news today. I forgot what it was. I was checking the timeline last night or today. Something pretty bullish happened for Soul.
Take a look at Dom. So the support that we broke on Dom, the break structure, came back, retested it bearishly. That's really good. Why the alts are looking so nice right now. Now, next step is underneath. Gonna be our next point.
What's going on, fam? How's everybody doing today?
Chilling.
Just got back in from doing some yard work and see we're getting a nice little pushy push.
Yep. Could be a decent rest of the day at least.
Yo, Dbloc, quick question. So for false move Monday, the only invalidation we have for that would be if Tuesday makes a higher high.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Appreciate it.
Mm.
Someone just bought a big bag of Doge. Big buy, big buy.
Look at that tape.
Woo! 227 Bitcoin buy.
Tape
That was
is
a big
lit
one.
up like a Christmas tree right there.
Oh, here we go. There's another. The group. Let's go.
We're right about at that resistance level right now.
Are we there already?
Not the target Dbloc's talking about. I'm talking about that previous pivot point we had.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I see.
Big buys, big buys. We just broke it. Pop that baby.
Bam, bam, bam.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! Look at that tape. A lot of rich people in it.
A lot of alts broke their local resistance levels here. I see FOMO on the Twitter timeline.
Bow, 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 bow. Quack.
Big buys.
Oh,
Oh
you know what would be a
yeah.
nice song for today? Is like,
Block.
you guys remember Bulls on Parade?
Bulls have been waiting for this moment for quite some while now.
Yeah,
They
man.
stay quiet for whole weekend. Now they're all back in, including Drew.
Yeah, baby.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
go eat.
Oh
Let's
yeah,
go eat.
little
Let's go
faith.
soul. Let's go three. Let's go.
Oh my God! Look at that tape, man. Buying, selling.
Good evening.
What's
Good
going on,
morning.
Rick?
Good evening. Good evening. Good morning.
Hey, I'm glad my XRP's doing well.
Oh yeah.
Had a feeling that Monday would help it.
Wake your ass up, Rick. There's money to be made.
Yeah.
No time to sleep, bro.
Says the guy
Yeah.
that just woke up. I just had my coffee. That's the only difference between me and Rick right now. Guess I really am
Yeah, I need
on
to
Aussie time.
get my coffee. Yeah. 5:09 in the morning.
Man, if I didn't see that like D-box mouse move, I was about to go to bed. I thought this was gonna take a minute. Let's go. Morning, Rick. Man,
Good morning.
you
Good
woke up at 5.
morning.
I can't do the whole waking up at 5 a.m. thing, so I just changed my whole clock and just like work through the US hours.
Yeah, I wake up at all weird times, different times. Sometimes it's 3 a.m. Sometimes it's like 9
PM.
You should just
Yeah.
wake up as soon as the sun cracks my eyelids. Like I don't do a whole lot of just laying around in bed once I'm awake, but I can go for a good stretch. 13 hours ain't shit. I
Yeah.
can knock 13, 14 hours out easy.
Yo, my cats wake me up at like 6:37 on the dot.
Dude, do they paw your face to wake you up? They like softly just like tap your face to wake you up.
Yeah, yeah, they learned to tap me because I used to throw them across the room when they did other stuff.
Yeah, mine does that. They even like sit on my chest.
Mine, that's what I was gonna say. Mine likes to lay on my chest and then knead my beard until I wake up with its claws.
Does biscuits on your
Yeah,
beard?
just making biscuits on my beard. Like, bruh.
Yeah, mine does that. It just sits on my chest and it's so heavy. And I'm like, oh my God, oh, it's you.
I might even buy a little bit more Doge on this next bounce just to help it out. To give it a
So
little
watch
push.
it when you see analysis play out.
Almost there.
Oh wow. I only just looked at Bitcoin now.
Mm-hmm.
108.5 is wow.
We were talking
So
about
needs
it
coffee,
getting
right?
above. We were talking about it getting above that full recovery, and if we were lucky holding that as support, and the second
Yeah.
we locked that into support, people just took it as a go signal here.
That's cool.
That's 2 full recoveries in the past 2 weeks. One V shape,
Yeah, man.
one well sort of
Let's do some-
structured. Times
Yeah.
are changing, guys. There's enough buy pressure there where we are in anytime price dips, it's buy the dip territory. Not financial advice.
Yeah. This is giving confidence to the dips too, like, just like you said. Yeah.
Especially with what's going on in the world today, it's just showing. It's like Bitcoin's flexing its muscles. It's like, I don't care what you do.
What it does is
Yeah.
twofold too, right? Because if you get to the point where you're not worried about the dips because they recover, then you don't panic to sell when things go red. Right? You start getting scared
Yeah.
to sell because if you sell and it recovers before you buy back, then maybe I'm just gonna sit still and chill. Maybe I'll add
Yeah,
something
I'm
on the
okay with
dip.
it.
It changes the way people trade.
I just really wanted the fried shrimp with all this. And it's not the Dasher's fault. It was a restaurant.
Open mic.
You gotta open mic, bro.
That's not intentional or not complaining about the tip or anything.
Swallow your food before you eat. I mean, before you talk.
Trying to find them. I can't even find them. I think Gloomy must have sniped them. Nice. Okay.
Well, at least it wasn't the Dasher's fault.
Dasher did his job. Telling you guys, man, that's hustle. If you guys got a whip, just go close to like a city that has a lot of foot traffic and hustle 12 hours a day, nonstop. Do it if you got no funds.
Delivering the food part, you think that that makes more money than driving people around?
It depends how you do it, man. Because I've seen a lot of fairs when I was doing it. I was getting people fares, and they weren't that much better. It was just very, so I think it comes to the tip and how cool, the
And then you just have an
customer.
assortment of strangers and smells in your car. Like,
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
liability, man. It's like, I mean, that food's not gonna jump out and attack you either. You
yeah,
know what I'm
that's true. That's true.
saying?
And food makes people happy. So like, if they get
Oh
what they
yeah, they love
want.
seeing you, man.
Always
People,
give a tip.
especially if you're on time, they love seeing you. And like I had all these lawyer fees, and I didn't know what to do. I was like, I didn't want to sell my positions, and like I had to come up with 15K like quick, And that's what I did. I was like, no, I'm not selling my cryptos. I'm just gonna hustle, hustle, hustle. And I was
Nothing wrong
just
with
running
that.
around like a madman. Yep.
Pay for it with your sweat instead of your assets. That makes perfect sense.
Yep.
So I'd rather have my food smelling like 27 different restaurants than have it smelling like 27 different people. You feel me? Chances are, out of 27 people, not everybody's so spring fresh.
Oh yeah.
You
That
know.
was grimy.
Yeah, well, plus people could like puke in your car. Be driving around drunk people. They could
One
throw
my
up. Or,
homeboys that one of my homeboys, that's his thing, bro. Late night, late night club, Uber shit. Right, pick people up drunk. They can't drive home. Take them home. But
or
yeah,
somebody
I would
their
imagine
pants
there's a
in the
lot of
car.
throwing up going on. Wow, big buys coming in.
Let's go. Rockets, rockets, rockets.
So Dbloc, what do you think the chances of Jasmine making it to 14,430?
Oh, let me look at Jasmine for you. My bad. Oh, nice. It popped up off of support, huh? Very nice. What we wanted. We were hoping that it found the bottom here at support, and it looks like it wicked right down. Let's see. Cleared that vector. That's in the 50 on the 4-hour. Yeah, I mean, you would expect at this point, if that was the bottom, that you're going to get a mean reversion to the 50 at the very least to check it. That would be 15.49. Probably by the time it got there, it would be more like 14.9. I don't like that there's not any vectors above you. Let me see on the small time frame. Maybe there's some, just to add a little bit of oomph to the party. Yeah, you got a couple sprinkled.
Yeah, I mean 15's way above my target anyway, but
Yeah, I'm just trying to see.
I'm just wondering if that's too ambitious. I've got lower target.
And what a great day to have a day off work. Jeez. That's nice activity on the charts.
Making some great.
Yeah. Yeah, 14.6 to 14.9 looks good.
Hell yeah! You think you could do it today, or maybe it takes
Possible. I mean, if everything keeps pushing right now, that 200 EMA on the 1 hour is sort of giving you some hiccup. But if you get
Yeah.
above that, there's really not a lot in between you and that vector gap.
Yeah, that 200 on the 1 hour, that was what was kind of scaring me. But I think if it breaks through it, then it's a good trade. If not, I'll just stop out.
You basically want to watch it's between the 200 and the hourly, right? So watch that 200. I mean, the 50. Watch that 200. Watch the 50. You can do this in here and then take off, but you don't want to break the 50.
Yeah, it's a leverage position, so I'll be out way.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I'll try if that does happen. I'll try it again when it gets down there. If that happens. Thank you.
You're good. Yeah, Jasmine has been a slower recovery than a lot of different coins. I agree with you on that. But when she goes, she goes. Liquidation levels by Leviathan. Matus. I hope I didn't butcher your name right there.
Mateus.
D, sorry to ask, but like, what's that green line we just touched?
Old target.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Old target 2 from the original push up. I've just started moving them over so it doesn't get confusing on this side. Right, but this was the target from this flag, and then this was
I
the
see.
target from.
Yeah. Oof. Let's go.
Crazy move, bro.
That SR flip, that purple box you got up there, it looks good. Might look really good for a Tuesday. Let's go.
Looks legendary. Epic.
All
Man,
right.
this is making me.
I don't like this
This is
candle
making me
though.
want to order a pod shot coffee today, not just 3.
All right, remember picking these tops is the same as catching fallen knives, right? So if we flip it and we're looking for signs to get in, this is starting to look nice, which means for us, this candle needs to blow out, or it could start to get a little bit toppy slightly early, even if just temporarily. And watch this candle structure. We still got 7 minutes left on this candle though. Ruben, it's not that I'd be careful with alt. I'd just be careful with the specific alt that I'm trading. Try to keep it into things that have a lot of mind share. You don't want to take any chance. You know, I personally wouldn't want to take any chances. So. Yeah, a pretty decent target for our 3-day retracement. Once we get to the top of wherever we're going, will probably be our psychological ranges that we put in this weekend. 106 to 105 too. Come on, Bitcoin. It's okay. We know you didn't mean to print a stopping volume candle. You still got 6 minutes. You can just pump.
Let's go Eve.
The
She's
range
trying. She's trying.
the range resets on Saturdays, Dean.
ETH just produced a new high.
Bitcoin's still getting some love. Doge getting a little bit of buy here too.
Dom just pumped back up to that support that I said we broke from structure and rejected off of it again. Nah, definitely not Tino. I'm Dbloc. Don't put that on me. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Tino. But we have very different trading styles.
Mr. Market Maker.
Boys are still pushing.
Oh, do I know him? I thought you were like, you're now Tino. No, yeah. Tino's cool. More quick in and out. Sort of like that 4x pacing.
Not gonna lie. I understand your explanation better than his.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yo,
he's
ETH
a
is
little wired
out of
up
here.
sometimes.
Yo, Dbloc ETH is out of here. Let's go. Dude,
Nice.
is dominance going down? Okay,
Well, it
good, good,
just
good,
popped
good.
back up, but it did reject off of the bottom of that structure.
Yeah, perfect.
Funny though, it's only up 3.5% right now on the day. Doge is up 3.5%. Bitcoin is up. How much is Bitcoin up on the day today?
Off the top of my head,
I'll check. It's good. It's all good.
3%, almost 4%.
About 3%.
Yeah, everything's at pretty much between 3 and 4% right now. It's not bad.
Thank you, market maker, for violating that stopping volume candle. We know you didn't mean it. We won't hold it against you. For ETH, I'm looking for the top of the range. Right? Same way as we've been doing on Bitcoin. Bottom of the range, top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range. Trend is your friend to the end. I feel like a broken record. I had a deja vu moment right there, and it's just that I've said it a million times. When we come down to the bottom of the range and we hold support, you have to assume that unless given you data that you're moving towards the top of the range. So 273, 274 is where I'd be looking for. And what I'd be doing is you're looking for volume to pick up, right? Is volume accelerating into support? Is there bullish absorption when you get up to supply? No problem, brother. Remember this line, UK must hold to avoid sweeping longs? Well, that obviously didn't happen.
Yeah.
That was the big, scary yellow arrow that we all wanted to ignore.
Yeah. I remember that.
It's good that you've got healthy awareness of like all possibilities in the local, area. That's good.
Have to. I blame Leighton, DJ, our UK representative, and I'll be honest, I think he's kind of lazy when it comes to rounding up the UK troops to make price move, but we have to talk to him.
I'll give him some pointers. Tell him how we do it in Romania.
Nah, it's funny. Whatever. I'm like, okay, we got to see what UK does here. He always jumps in the chat and goes, "Don't count on us, bud." you're counting on us. You're screwed.
If we don't make any moves here soon, I might have to take a profit loss. Yeah, I just took profit. Profit. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll be right back.
At least he sold into the euphoria, right? I mean, the most we can ask for.
Yeah.
That's so good. And you're right. This is like the euphoria part of an oscillation. So selling into the strength is that's good.
Yeah, if you guys ever catch yourself growling, sell a little bit.
That's right. Yeah.
Take
If
a
you're
little off
barking at
top.
your computer screen.
Yeah, you just found the top.
Makes you wonder if his cats notice when he's doing that, like whether they're like, "What?" They get up from their nap or something. They look around. What is Dad doing?
Nah, they're numb to that shit already. Like, I
Yeah,
just
they'd
took
be used to
profits.
it. They don't even bat an. They don't even bat an eye. Oh, you did? Hey.
No, not me. I'm saying they're like, oh, you just took profits.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Locking in that cat food. Yeah. Well, now that we know that, that low came in over the weekend, just measuring it up against the previous weekend's low, like the Elon Musk Donald Trump, breakup. That's a really big sign there. Like that's a big old higher low. That's bullish. That's, it tried to approach the 100,000 level again, and people stepped in way sooner this time. Bought, well, ready, prepared to buy it a lot sooner.
We just hit support.
Unless,
That's what it is.
So now that we know what's happening on the low side, it's like, okay, well, what do we do with the highs now? Like, are we breaking out, or are we tapping? We're just, liquidity hunting. Like,
Yeah, we're still slowly
what's the
building, in my
flavor?
opinion. I don't think we're in
Yeah,
take off and never come
price
back
discovery yet?
mode just yet. Yeah.
Probably
But it's
not.
good.
Yeah,
Like we're we're
analyst.
building. What we're doing is we're making up for the sins of the past, right? Like if we look, so let's go to Bitcoin and just let me take everything off this. So we've pumped twice, right? Like explosively pumped, not built any support, just went and gave all of it back twice already. Right? Even in the low time frames, if you look at our low time frames, just to be sort of a more clear example of the macro in the micro, pumped really hard, created no support, right? Had to give it back. So now they're trying to do it right, right? Let's do it right. Pump into a flag, pump again, stop, support, come back, retest. Let's build structure so that when we get up here and we find a little bit of resistance, it's not a straight shot down through nothingness, right? Through a void of nothing. We're building volume nodes. Remember when we came down, we broke the first time and there was a massive gap here? And I was like, man, that price is going to move really fast through that gap. Right?
Yeah.
Well, the difference is now that you're actually building support. And that's good. We want that. That way, when we come down, there'll be plenty of spaces for us to catch. And the big difference is down here, everybody was convinced it was going to 90 or 80 or whatever. Until we got that V shape that closed that candle above that. That's what told people, okay, that's a recovery. The next dip is meant for buying. And then we got our current dip. Actually, let's check.
Damn,
Check
look at
our
that.
range.
Really kind of.
What did we say yesterday? Bullish engulfing, right? That's the job of that candle. Clear the bottoms, get rid of all these indecision candles, and just blow this thing out of the water. Now, excuse me. Now our two major sort of jobs for the week are way easier, right? No weekly candles below here, right? That's gonna be, seems like it's not gonna be an issue. No daily candles below 1023. And we've got a pretty good distance away from that, well in the bullish control zone. Bing bong. Yeah, it could drop. What I'm saying is there's enough of a cushion between the danger zone and where we are now that I'm confident that it can drop and not be worried. Way different than still be sitting here at 105, trying not to close a weekly underneath 1044. What do you mean all the traps last week were pointless? I think they did exactly what was intended. Yeah, it was on a weekly. That's just macro, right? We're trying to get the macro chart to look good because it was looking a little spooky like 2 weeks ago, right? The macro bears had a bit of a point if things went a certain way, but it didn't. And that's how you know who's really stuck on their bias and who isn't, right? Because I know a lot of people that were bearish on the macro, and they switched as soon as we held that weekly support. And then the ones that are just super biased, it's like it didn't affect them at all. All right, let's see what we look at here. Let's flip the chart again. And let's test the strength of this bottom. Stopping volume candle got taken out. We have a doji, not a stopping volume candle. Still decent structure though, right? You still have to respect them just because it's not. But the fact that there isn't volume attached lets you know that chances are it's probably going to give it up. Yeah, a decent amount of the late longs were wiped in that trap. And people that got greedy once we had that V-shaped recovery and just started piling into longs. Like, not the ones that like longed from 74, right? But the ones that longed after it V-shaped and everything was getting bullish, like, they got wiped. Yeah, the ones that got wiped in. All right, let's see if we go after vector recovery. This to me doesn't smell like a. Well, I'm holding personally. I haven't TP'd yet. If we lose the 13 EMA, I'll pull 20%. Just in case to hedge against them front running this top. Nah, I gotta let it play out. We're just now, yeah, testing bearish momentum on the 1 minute. For me, if the 1 minute hasn't flipped bearish yet, it's way too early to take any profits. I've seen crazy fake outs happen on the 1 minute. There you go, Kier. That's what it's all about right there. I stay Bitcoin heavy until alts are ready because all that choppiness on the alts. And it's not like you can't play alts, right? But it's best when it's not time for the alt, it's best to play the narrative, right? Just stick to the hot narrative because you know that at least there's volume going in there. And I don't mean the hot narrative and it's super late. I mean, you got to stay current, right? Utility right now, honestly, big, chunky, high market cap utility is kind of running better than anything else. I like Jasmine. Jasmine's always gonna have a place in my portfolio just because of the volatility. The Japanese guys are crazy when it comes to pumping Jasmine. But yeah, it has good utility. And I actually think it was a little bit before its time, and now with AI and everything, it sort of dropped like a gift on their lap. You know, that 17x that it got this run already wasn't a mistake. Now, if I can just 3 or 4x those profits, oof.
Yeah, it's got to be glitching on Coinbase because Coinbase is saying Jasmine has $58 billion worth of volume. Okay, finally refreshed. Sheesh. Yes, 2.6
I
million.
told you the Japanese are crazy, bro. Imagine.
I was like, oh, he's not lying. Yeah, Coinbase is slow refreshing their volume. Anyone got any good FUD? Like, nah.
Man, don't FUD my move right now. I'm about to get stopped out.
That's, I'm just asking if anyone got any good FUD. That's all.
Not today.
No FUD
Well,
today.
no one answered. No one answered anything, so that's bullish.
That's pretty bullish. Because usually there is a list of FUD like on deck.
Well, if we're gonna go against the grain, though, maybe that's bearish.
Or maybe that's what they want you to think. They know you're going against the grain, so they're going against the grain to make you go against the grain against the grain.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like
we know that you know
psychology
that
with a
we know.
factor of 4.
We know that you know that we know that you know that we know that you know. Yeah.
This just in: Iran wants to start
start talks with Israel and US.
You don't say.
Oh, really? Peace talks.
Really?
Timing, right? Timing. 56 minutes ago.
That's funny. No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying, yeah, that was the obvious next move. They have no choice. They had to
What they gotta do?
retaliate to
They
save
start blowing
face, and
missiles?
then now they gotta be like, okay, chill.
Yo, they're just going like, yo, you guys,
Look, hear me out,
gotta
guys.
stop.
Hear me out. My bad, but y'all were bugging. So let's just chill.
I don't know. I'm reading the timeline. It seems like there was just renewed strikes that just happened not too long ago.
But you gotta
Live
let
on-
something go before. Yeah, you gotta let one last hit, and then you're like, all right,
Yeah,
I'm
you
good
gotta
now.
do
I'm
it.
good.
Well, Iran has to like reorganize now because all of their military commanders are being taken out. You know what I mean?
Ayatollah's
They need
looking
time
at
to reorganize.
Bro, people
Yeah, he's
don't
looking at resumes, going
understand
like,
how they really went down the list. Like they took everybody out.
It's pretty wild. Yeah. There's
on
no one
day
left to
one.
call the
took
shots now.
All the top commanders, and apparently, from what the rumor is on the in the mill, is that Trump put a stop to the plan to get rid of the Ayatollah himself. He said, "No, you're not doing that." That would have been insane.
Yeah, CNN a few hours, not even a few hours, 45 minutes ago, saying Israel and Iran broaden attacks in fourth day of conflict. So I don't know.
This has got a U.S.
Really?
fingerprint on it. You know that Trump gave them 60 days, gave Iran 60 days to come to a deal before when I think it was with the nukes, and Israel made their attack on the 61st day.
Yeah, 27 minutes ago, Fox News, Iran reportedly seeks talks with U.S. Israel.
With U.S. Israel?
U.S. Israel. So Iran wants to talk to Trump first.
They need to talk to Trump. They hit the U.S. embassy.
And Trump?
Yep.
Trump's
They sure
playing it
did.
smart too. He's playing it smart with Russia right now because he's just over there like criticizing everyone like from the G7. He's like, guys, why can't Russia be invited to the G7? While he's dodging all the Iran questions, and he knows that Russia is cool with Iran, and he's just like dodging every question. And he's just like, guys, why won't you let Russia in G7? So he's trying to make sure he stays cool with Russia, which is really smart.
Nah, dude, talk. It's not total. They were pretty precision attacks, at least on the Israeli side. But then they do have the tech to do that, right? Like to be able to take out single apartments is crazy.
Yeah, but there's a lot of the times there's collateral damage.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're not just gonna surgically cut out one apartment and the people next door are asleep chilling. But it is better than the old tech where you just took out the whole city block.
Totally, 100%.
But Iran's still running on. And you know what's crazy is like half of their inventory is like from the old patch, and then half of their inventory is from like the new expansion pack. Like they got the hypersonic missiles and shit, but they're still using battery powered drones. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
they're about to spawn.
no, they did that shit. Their retaliation was crazy, bro. They spawned in like 20,000 drones and 2 ballistics.
No, Ayatollah's pissed right now because he has to go through so many resumes, so many spots to fill.
Problem with that shit, problem with taking out, and this is the same with gangs, this is the same with terrorist organizations. The problem with taking out the leaders is that usually the leaders, the fear of that leader is holding back somebody that's way worse.
I thought you were gonna say like it would splinter to like more
Nah,
people
it
and
creates
with
a
different
power vacuum.
yeah
It creates a
yeah.
power vacuum, and the number 2 and number 3 now go to war for control. And usually, what happens is the number 1 is so feared and so ruthless that the 2 and 3 sort of relax and they make peace. You know, we saw the same thing happen in Iraq. We saw the same thing happen in Chicago.
True.
Lock up
That's
the
what happened.
leaders. Now the young dudes on the street are warring with each other to see who's the toughest, see who's gonna take control. Gangs that haven't had beef with each other for 20 years are now at war with each other again.
So you're thinking like that's why Trump doesn't want Ayatollah dead, right? Because like
Yeah, bigger
if you have a
problems.
young there, yeah,
Way bigger problems. That whole area explodes into just a hotbed of oh shit. Not
They
only
learned what
that,
happened with
but
Saddam
China.
Hussein.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, but then you got China and Russia coming in because that's who's gonna first try to fill that power vacuum.
Ah.
And now we're talking one step closer to the big WW. Yeah, same thing happened in Chicago. They had massive block long projects back in the day. They gentrified Chicago. They knocked down Cabrini Green. They knocked down all of these big projects that were all at that point after so long was all basically just one gang living, comfortably in one massive project building. The problem is now you lock up all the leaders and then you splinter all these kids off and send them into different neighborhoods.
But after a lot of this instability, like what we saw at the spring in Egypt when they had the revolution, we injected some, not our government officials, but I think they were groomed students from there and helped put them in positions. And same thing with Libya after we got rid of
That's what I
Gaddafi.
mean. When there's a power vacuum, the other countries are going to come in, and then you got the fight between that and then the structures that already exist inside the country itself. Everybody comes in and starts trying to push and pull, like China going into Africa. We see it over and over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, brother?
Good. Enjoying the pumping candles on it, BTC and XRP. And you?
Nice.
We're just chilling.
Yeah, just hanging out, staring at charts. I'm gonna make sure I'm not forgetting to take profit on anything. But I'm still holding on for Bitcoin. I did peel a little bit on some alts. I don't like that we not rejecting off here. Like dominance, right? Retested and dropped. Retested, nice little drop, but I don't like the strength that we're seeing here. And if we're gonna pump and Bitcoin is anywhere near being able to roll over, I wanna lighten the load on the alts now, in other words, before things get sketchy. Nothing big. 20%ers. Just my average 20% exits.
Yeah, actually I saw that there is not that big volume, actually. So there are also very many liquidations below the chart.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They said they are making conversation about ending the wars or just paperwork and peace. So maybe this affect the market.
It could.
No,
Yeah,
it's just
those
also
those
the
people that sold, those people that sold because they were scared that the actual war would affect the price of Bitcoin, hearing that there's peace would definitely make them feel better about buying, yeah.
But you
What's
also
up,
have like
D?
other assets.
Hello.
Oh, what up,
What have you
Zuzi?
guys done? I was gone for like 3 hours. You pumped us 1%. Oh, cool.
I took profit.
I tried, Zusi. I tried.
Me too.
Yeah, I took mine.
Then you go.
But
What
the
they told
problem
me
is
you
we
were
keep
walking a dog.
pumping. We keep pumping.
They told me you were walking a
Oh,
dog. I was like,
it's
okay, I know what my job is when he walks the dog. I'm supposed to make things go up.
No, but now that we've switched. Now it's not in the chart yet, but 107 500 is already support. We've already like that's really beautiful to see the SR flip where I was afraid Bitcoin would fail. Well, not
At the
afraid, but I
full
was kind of
recovery,
expecting.
basically.
Well, we're not there yet. That would be 110, right? But
No, I mean from the dip. Right, that was a
yeah,
support that we broke.
from the failure to
Yeah.
reclaim the 15-minute 200 EMA, yeah, we're now nicely above it. Even the hourly, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, that's a golden course then. But well, on the hourly time frame, doesn't matter.
The
Jack,
guy
can
is.
be a deep?
Yeah.
Yep.
So lower high and then we dip to 99, or we actually attempt to break out in price discovery.
Zuzi.
He says Zeus is still interested.
And I think we have. I think that we have a expiration date on this pump, which is probably tonight. But I would like to get
Because
at
of
least
Monday.
109.
Because it's
Yeah.
Monday.
Yeah.
You can't be that strict with that Green Monday, Red Week idea, though, can you?
It's a
I don't
thesis
know.
that I
We'll
trade
see.
off of, so I look for evidence that it's not gonna
Yeah.
happen. Yeah.
I'm
I'm
the guy who
always
was
Well,
looking
asking
for
for
about
I'm
me,
always looking for
volume.
evidence that
eh,
my thesis isn't playing out.
well, for me, we've had that evidence. Well, first it's the reclaim of 106.5, and now it's the fact that Golden Pocket just couldn't get completely ignored, and we went to the 786 fib. Yeah. Now,
I'd
if we
love
drop
to
back
see a
below
retest of
107.5,
110,
yes, more likely.
110 psychological rejection off of 110, just a flat 110, and then 3-day retracement back to 105, 106 is what I'm looking for.
The guy who was
Bitcoin is
asking about why the volumes low. It's also because like if you look at gold, like gold's doing really well, oil's doing well, silver. There's other risk assets also that's kind of like starting their runs. Gold's almost to 335 again.
Mm-hmm.
Dbloc. Yes, sir.
I'm a little worried
Silver
about.
is
I'm not gonna lie. Okay, look, I want peace in the world. Let me start by saying this. I want everybody to be peaceful. I want nobody's children to go to sleep scared. That being said, I really want gold at 4K. So I have to watch because there is a chance I don't get that 4K. And it's cool if I don't get it. I'd much rather there be peace than me hit my 4K. But it is going to affect, in my opinion, if it's going to get up to 4K. Because if there's really peace, true peace, meaning like some sort of real deal put together, then that could affect it. It could affect it.
Yeah.
You think 107.5 can hold till FOMC? That would be nice, no?
I don't think we get any rate cuts until September, guys, and we got to really just wrap our heads around that idea. Just so that there isn't
No, but since it's FOMC week, volatility can be expected to be lower than usual. No?
for
People are
sure.
gonna wait for Powell to decide if they buy or sell. Although some people decide
Yeah,
not to buy today, but
a lot of FOMC meetings lately have been okay. We know the pause is coming, but what's the tone of his speech that he makes when he addresses the media? You know,
this one is going to be
reporters
different.
ask questions at him.
This one is going to be a bit different because price is at the brink of breaking out in price discovery, right? So Powell can have more impact. We're not like in the middle of something. We're like at tapping resistance. Right?
Yeah.
Last meeting was in the end uneventful, no?
So just to be